I am the Lord your God. There are a lot of things I want to talk about. A lot of things. I've mentioned many times before about language and babble, and how the world uses its words to try to trap me, to steal my power, because words are magic. So I'm just making that point again. So let's go through some examples. I am broken, or I am bro-ken. What's an idol? Well, you know what Barbie doll is, right? You know who Ken is, right? I am bro-ken. I'm broken, you know? That's the thing, you know? Whenever I ever associated with men, guys, women always treated them like they were Ken, and I'm just bro. You understand? I'm broken. I'm bro-ken. That's one way of looking at it. It's a magic thing. You have to understand a lot of these examples to really understand what babble is. It's very... It's one of those things you have to... You only know it when you see it, you see it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I've explained it so many times. You know, King David once said, he said, God is the rock upon which we stand, right? He said that I'm the rock upon which they stand, right? He stands. Be rock Ken. Be rock Ken. Okay. I am miserable. Miserable. How do you spell miserable? M-I-S-E-R-A-B-L-E. Miserable. So it's an interesting... It's code word. It's code word. Okay. M-I, well, M is it's code for a but. Like W is also, and 3 and W and M. I suppose, yeah, capital E as well, I suppose you could say. You know, it's magic code. Okay, and the I is, well, it's in magic. The I is the but. Okay, it's, you know, I can mean, you know, I'm an individual. I'm a person. Yeah, I'm God. All right, but then there's, you know, I have a right eye and I have a left eye. I suppose it also depends, you know, am I right? Am I wrong? Did I leave you? Did you leave me? Did you run away? Did you go somewhere else? Have you abandoned me? Have you left I? Have you left me? You understand? Or, you know, I take a dump, right? You know, it left I, right? This is why all the Freemasons, they're doing all the left eye, the one eye, left eye symbolism thing, right? And it's all connected with Egypt, isn't it? The one eye symbolism. I'm rambling. Yes, I am rambling a little bit. That's how I do my videos, because that's how it's supposed to go, right? So, miserable. So, me, see, Ra, bull. Okay, me or I see Ra, bull. So, in Egypt, the Egyptians, they had they had many gods, false gods. Yeah. Ra, he had different names, right? He had different names. It could be Ra or Re or Re, I suppose. So I searched Ra, bull. And what it says here says Ra was the ancient Egyptian sun god, and the Nevis bull was a sacred embodiment of Ra. Nevis is spelled Mnevis. Nevis bull. I assume the M is silent. In other words, it's Nevis bull. Whatever, right? The Egyptians believed that Ra created all life, and some say that humans were created from Ra's tears and sweat. The cult of Nevis bull was centered in Heliopolis. So this is the thing. The Egyptians, I spoke about the Egyptians. I'm God. I told people, I said Egypt is about bondage. You know, these are demons, they're magicians, worshippers of false gods. And I'm going to talk a lot about this. And I've got my Bible here. I'll go through, I want to read parts of Exodus. Exodus 19, and I might read it to the end of the book of Exodus. It's a lot to read. So Ra bull. Ra bull. So I searched, you know, there's two words, isn't there? There's so many things I can say about this. So Heliopolis, right? Heliopolis. What is Heliopolis? Well, you know, this is where, you know, the Egyptian false gods like to be worshipped, I suppose. Okay, so, you know, I've explained them in my videos what, you know, there's all this butthole eye, all-seeing eye magic that's being done against me, God. And I'm gonna try and explain this as best as I can in this video. Excuse me. I'll try not to cough too much. If I can help it. I'm gonna have a cigarette. So, the heel of the foot. Okay, I have feet. I have feet. Now I said to the people, I said I will make the earth my footstool. I mentioned that previously in one of my more recent videos. But see, the heel of the foot is the bottom of the body. So there's the connection between the heel of the foot and the bum, the anus, you know, where the sphincter is, right? And obviously the Egyptians, they had sphinxes and pyramids. It's all code word. It's all about trying to attack me. It's all about trying to take my power without worshipping me. It's trying to obtain my blessings without loving me. That's what it is. That's what the world does. People either love me and I bless them, or people, they're jealous of me and they want to try to take my power without loving me. So that's the thing about the heel of my of the foot. The heel of my foot. I've got a lot of dead skin on the bottom of my foot, on my heel. Dead skin. So why would demons use that as a way to, it's an attack on me? Because, dead skin. So those who are dead, are they my skin? Because that's the thing, dead comes before skin. So you're saying dead is skin. Dead skin. So that's the thing. It's how magic works. The dead word, the word dead comes before skin. In magic, in the English language, it's the dead trying to steal my skin, basically. That's one way of explaining it. People say, okay, so, in magic, that's the thing. So my butthole is basically the sun, the star. That's what the magic is, I've explained about the Anunnaki, and I've explained how, there's this recurring theme that goes through all these different religions, and how, it keeps pointing to the same thing again and again and again and again and again and again and again. The all-seeing eye, the third eye, it's my butthole. Yeah. It's my crap, it's my butthole. Yeah. Sounds strange, that, isn't it? So, Ra is my butthole. The Egyptian sun god, who wants to pretend that he's God, he's the creator of everything, is actually my butt. I'm God. I'm the creator. This is my front. Yeah? And Ra is the bull. Ra is opposing as my bow. And the other thing, I've mentioned this before, but, Heliopolis, where they worship, it was, the Heliopolis, they worship 9 Egyptian gods. 9 is the letter I is number 9. I. So this is, eye gods. It's it's butthole eye magic. I mean, that's the thing, people call excrement, poo, shit, they call it feces. The word see is in the word feces. Something that can see has eyes. It can see with eyes. People have 2 ears and 2 eyes. People call a poo a shit, they call it a number 2. So in that sense, and people have shit eyes and shit ears. They see shit, they hear shit. It's all magic. People think they're me when they're not me. They mimic and copy me. They think they're actually me when they're not. It's a hard thing to explain. It really is. I spent a lot of time trying to explain this. What else can I say about this? So my understanding is that Moses is his ghost is behind me. I'm surrounded by ghosts I can't trust, because I can't. I'm surrounded by ghosts I don't trust. I'm being attacked. Excuse me. So, you know, when the Israelites were in the wilderness, Moses was leading the Israelites. And I said to Moses, you know, when he, you know, the Israelites were looking for water, I said to Moses, you know, speak to the rock. And Moses didn't speak to the rock, he struck it with his rod. Well, that's basically what Moses is doing behind me. He's striking me with his rod. That's my understanding of it. Obviously, I can't see him with my eyeballs, but, you know, I can feel him. You know, I told Moses that, hey, you know, put the serpent on the pole. You know, that's what he's trying to do to me. He's trying to put me on his pole, his rod. Anyways, as bizarre as that sounds, I've got a lot to talk about here. Okay, so, and I'll explain how this all connects in with what I've just said. Okay, I'll read from the book of Exodus. So I might not read all of it. So Exodus chapter 19. You have to excuse me, I'm a bit rusty with the, yeah. My life's been a very difficult life, okay? So, the Israelites, Moses, yeah, okay. So Exodus chapter 19, I'll read from here, okay? So, you know, I'll be stopping and talking about other things, and we can, you know, I'll make my way through a couple of these chapters, okay? A few chapters. So, at Mount Sinai, okay? Chapter 19, Exodus chapter 19. On the first day of the 3rd month after the Israelites left Egypt, on that very day, they came to the desert of Sinai. After they set out from Rephidim, they entered the desert of Sinai, and Israel camped there in the desert in front of the mountain. Then Moses went up to God, and the Lord called to him from the mountain and said, "This is what you are to say to the descendants of Jacob, and what you are to tell the people of Israel. You yourselves have seen what I did to Egypt, and how I carried you on eagle's wings, and brought you to myself. Now, if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Although the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words you are to speak to the Israelites." So Moses went back and summoned the elders of the people, and set before them all the words the Lord had commanded him to speak. The people all responded together, "We will do everything the Lord has said." So Moses brought their answer back to the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "I am going to come to you in a dense cloud, so that the people will hear me speaking with you, and will always put their trust in you." Then Moses told the Lord what the people had said. And the Lord said to Moses, "Go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow. Have them wash their clothes and be ready by the 3rd day, because on that day the Lord will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of all the people. Put limits for the people around the mountain and tell them, 'Be careful that you do not approach the mountain or touch the foot of it. Whoever touches the mountain is to be put to death. They are to be stoned or shot with arrows. not a hand is to be laid on them. No person or animal shall be permitted to live. Only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they approach the mountain. After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people, he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people, "Prepare yourselves for the third day. Abstain from sexual relations." A thick cloud of smoke. Yeah. Thick darkness. Interesting words, huh? So, let me say a few things here, okay? So, Mount Sinai, that's where I gave Moses the 10 Commandments. And at the foot of the mountain where the Israelites were camped, they made the bull, they made the golden calf, didn't they? And this all ties in with what I'm saying about Ra. I mean, and the bull, okay? There's that word, rabble, R-A-B-B-L-E. The definition of rabble: a disorderly crowd, a mob, or and in rare cases it's used as a large group of butterflies. So, rabble. Interesting, because my biological mother, Fiona Salvin, who died almost 4 years ago. 2021 she died. Her favorite game to play was Scrabble. And she was a Taurus. Her zodiac sign was Taurus. Yeah. Anyways. I prefer not to mention her, especially in this video. Even though I already have. But whatever. So the mountain, my presence my presence was at that mountain, and I designated it holy. Alright, so it was my holy mountain where I communicated with Moses and the Israelites. Okay? So, what is a mountain? Well, a mountain is, it's earth. It's physical matter, and if I go to the toilet, I do a poop or shit, that's my holy mountain in a sense. Well, it is in a sense, because it came from my hole. Flipping out, there's a magic connection. There's a magic connection. It talks about in the book of Revelation, it talks about, a big, great mountain on fire. Yeah, and fire is connected with the story of Mount Sinai. A great mountain was thrown into the sea. Well, that's the thing. What happens? I use the toilet, I flush it. Where did it go? Where does it go? This is all magic. So it's a very complicated puzzle. that I'm trying to explain here. Let me continue here. Okay, so, and another thing is that, people, man, I look at man and I see when I look at men and women, let's just say man, I see man, he continually does evil towards me. Man thinks that he's doing good, right? He thinks that he might think that he's a man who does good things, but that's the thing. People want to come to me, they want to, maybe they want to give me something, or they want me to give them something, or they want to say a few words to me or something. They don't realize what they're saying, or they're cursing me with their words, their actions. They don't understand. They don't see or hear how what they're doing is evil. I see it. I hear it because I understand how everything works. I understand how the code works. I understand how curses and magic works. And I understand who I am. I'm God. And when other people want to come, they want to be in my presence, and they want to, they're using magic words and magic actions to try to walk away with my power. People, they don't put me first. They put themselves first, and they want to use me. So keep that in mind when I'm going through this, okay? Because it's it's who I am. I'm God. That's how it is. My power is my power. So the last thing I said here was, only when the ram's horn sounds a long blast may they approach the mountain. After Moses had gone down the mountain to the people, he consecrated them, and they washed their clothes. Then he said to the people, prepare yourselves for the third day, abstain from sexual relations. Okay? That's out of respect. And sex is sex is magic as well. Pretty much everything is magic in some sense. Understanding that is important. The words you say, things you do, they all have, magic is not something that, that's how the world, that's how things are. That's really how things are, like I've explained before. It's that's the word that I use to describe how things work. I use the word magic because that's the word people understand. Okay? And the disturbing thing about that is the word ma is in the word magic. It's like, who's ma? It's an example of what the world does. The world worships Mother Earth. They call Earth Mother Earth, and then they want to say Mother is everything, and blah 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 blah. Because the world's crazy. I'm Father. I'm God, and I want the world. I want the people to love me, but they want to love the world, which they call Mother Earth instead. Okay? The world, that's the thing. It's all connected to my butt, basically. Okay? In terms of magic, that's where the soil comes out, I said feces. Yeah, well, that's the thing. My biological mom, right, who's dead now, her name was Fee. Okay? You know, I live in Weston-super-Mare. You know, you could Mary, Maori. Okay, let me carry on here. On the morning of the third day, there was thunder and lightning with a thick cloud over the mountain and a very loud trumpet blast. Everyone in the camp trembled. Then Moses led the people out of the camp to meet with God. And they stood at the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain. So this is the thing. Like I said, the foot is the bottom of the body. Okay? So, you know, you can, in magic, right, foot and bottom are closely linked to one another. They're related in that sense, because the foot is the bottom part of the body. So in a way, you can almost read it as bottom of the mountain, right? It is the bottom of the mountain. That's where they were, at the bottom of the mountain, or the foot of the mountain. Mount Sinai was covered with smoke because the Lord descended on it in fire. The smoke bellowed up from it like smoke from a furnace, and the whole mountain trembled violently. As the sound of the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and the voice of God answered him. The Lord descended to the top of Mount Sinai and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses went up, and the Lord said to him, "Go down and warn the people so they do not force their way through to see the Lord, and many of them perish. Even the priests who approach the Lord must consecrate themselves, or the Lord will break out against them." So I've explained how I spend all of my time alone, by myself. I don't have friends, I don't visit people, I don't talk to people. I've explained I'm God, I've explained I'm very dangerous. I've explained that my magic powers, you do not know anyone who has my power. I am the most powerful. When you see look at the earthquake in Turkey as an example. Okay, that happened after Christmas. How many years ago was it? 50,000 people died. I'm not someone you can mess around with, okay? You have to understand my power is my power, and if people don't listen and follow the instructions that need to be followed, terrible things can happen, okay? Yeah. So keep that in mind. Moses said to the Lord, "The people cannot come up Mount Sinai because you yourself warned us. Put limits around the mountain and set it apart as holy." The Lord replied, "Go down and bring Aaron up with you, but the priests and the people must not force their way through to come up to the Lord, or he will break out against them." So Moses went down to the people and told them. And God spoke all these words, "I am the Lord your God. who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven, above, or on the earth beneath, or in the waters below. You shall not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing the children for the sin of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me, but showing love to 1,000 generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. So, I mean, you think about how many, films or artwork or, music or, whatever it is, music video, you think how much art shows what's in the sky or in space or on different planets or, I mean, think about, Star Wars and Star Trek and, or, things that depict things that are underground or under the sea. I specifically ask people not to do that. Why would I do that? It's because it's magic. It's magic. When people do art, it's magic. You can't, if you made a song about, how, you think you're in heaven and, you do a music video while you're walking around in the clouds in the sky, I'm not happy about that. That's magic, Someone who does that is trying to set themselves up in a place where they're not supposed to be. Someone is trying to use magic to elevate themselves. Take it. That's what people do. People use magic to elevate themselves, and they use magic to try to put me as low as possible. People want to depict me, God, and they want to bury me as deep underground as they can, while trying to place themselves in the heavens, in the sky, using magic. So I ask people not to do it. It says here, you shall not misuse the name of the Lord your God, for the Lord will not hold anyone guiltless who misuses his name. Well, excuse me. Ooh. I woke up, I got out of bed not long ago, so about half an hour before I started this video. So, my name gets misused all the time. My name gets misused all the time. What can I say about that? I mean, think about it like this as well, man has dog. Man calls dog his best, his best friend. They call the dog man's best friend. Well, it's magic. It's trying to attack me through the word God by flipping it in reverse. You understand? I hope you understand. I like dogs. Most dogs. A lot of dogs. I like a lot of dogs, but I may not like all of them. Anyway, Remember the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work. But the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, neither you nor your son or your daughter, nor your male or female servant, nor your animals, nor any foreigner residing in your towns. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea, and all that is in them. But he rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and made it holy. So, it gets very confusing. The Sabbath day was the seventh day. People argue whether it's Saturday or Sunday, which is interesting, right? Because I told you about all this butthole sun magic, right? Well, look, sat, turd, day. And what's the day? And that's the day that's before sun day. It's very complicated, isn't it? But you know what a turd is, right? You know what it means to sit down. Sat, turd, day. Yeah. I sound like a crazy person having to explain this, but I'm telling you the truth. I'm the truth. I'm God. This is really how it is. As bizarre and crazy as it sounds. It's the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I'm the truth. I'm God. Okay, so what does it say here? Honor your father and your mother, so that you may live long in the land of the Lord, in the land the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. So that's the 10 Commandments that's on there, okay? So there's a lot I could go through here. There's a lot okay, let me carry on here. When the people saw the thunder and lightning and heard the trumpet and saw the mountain in smoke, they trembled with fear. They stayed at a distance and said to Moses, "Speak to us yourself, and we will listen, but do not have God speak to us, or we will die." Moses said to the people, "Do not be afraid. God has come to test you, so that the fear of God will be with you to keep you from sinning." The people remained at a distance while Moses approached the thick darkness where God was. So, idols and altars. Okay, so then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites this: you have seen for yourselves that I have spoken to you from heaven. Do not make any gods to be alongside me. Do not make for yourselves gods of silver or gods of gold. Make an altar of earth for me, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep and goats and your cattle, wherever I cause my name to be honored. Wherever I cause my name to be honored, I will come to you and bless you. If you make an altar of stones for me, do not build it with dressed stones, for you will defile it if you use a tool on it. And do not go up to my altar on steps, or your private parts may be exposed." So what's this about the dressed stones? Well, this is the thing. Like I said, man, he thinks what I told people, do not lean on your own understanding, follow my instructions. The thing is, why would, if a man takes a stone and he dresses it, he's going to use tools on it to, do patterns and images and all kinds of, that's magic. That's magic. There's magic being done there, and why they're being asked not to do that is for that reason. It's for that reason, like I've explained. Okay. It says here, these are the laws you are to set before them. It talks about the servants, and then servants and how they're to be treated, and thing to do with personal injuries, and then there's protection of property as well. Social responsibility, laws of justice and mercy, Sabbath laws, the 3 annual festivals, yeah, here's an interesting chapter. It's titled, God's Angel to Prepare the Way. See, I am sending an angel ahead of you to guard you along the way and to bring you to the place I have prepared. Pay attention to him and listen to what he says. Do not rebel against him. He will not forgive your rebellion, since my name is in him. If you listen carefully to what he says and do all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies and will oppose those who oppose you. My angel will go ahead of you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, and I will wipe them out. Do not bow down before their gods or worship them or follow their practices. You must demolish them and break their sacred stones to pieces. Let me carry on here, okay? The covenant confirmed. Then Lord, so let me, okay, so the thing is that, so I gave the 10 commandments to Moses, okay, he wanted to see my glory. He wanted to see my presence, and I let him, I let him see my back. Okay. Let's read that. Okay. Okay. Moses said to the Lord, "You have been telling me, lead these people But you have not let me know whom you will send with me. You have said, I know you by name, and you have found favor with me. If you are pleased with me, teach me your ways, so I may know you and can continue to find favor with you. Remember that this nation is your people. The Lord replied, my presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. Okay, let me... Yeah, okay. Then Moses said to him, if your presence does not go with us, do not send us up from here. How will anyone know that you are pleased with me and with your people unless you go with us? What else will distinguish me and your people from all the other people on the face of the earth? And the Lord said to Moses, I will do the very thing you have asked, because I am pleased with you and I know you by name. Then Moses said, now show me your glory. And the Lord said, I will cause all my goodness to pass in front of you, and I will proclaim my name, the Lord, in your presence. I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. But, he said, you cannot see my face, for no one may see me and live. Then the Lord said, there is a place near me where you may stand on a rock. When my glory passes by, I will put you in a cleft in the rock and cover you with my hand until I have passed by. Then I will remove my hand and you will see my back, but my face must not be seen. So it's interesting because the demons, they like to call me not. I mean, that's the thing. They're trying to use binding magic against me to not me. So anyway, yeah. So why would I only show Moses my back? It's because of magic. It's because it is the way it is. As I've explained. Yeah. Remember I told you about the the butthole eye? As I've explained so many times. Apparently, so the Egyptians who worshipped Ra, they thought of themselves as the castle of Ra. The cattle of Ra. You know what cattle are, right? It's an interesting comparison though, isn't it? Cattle or sheep, flock, or sheep, right? I'm the lamb. I'm the ram. Yeah. Am I rambling too much for you? Am I rambling too much? The Bible, they called it the Bible. They didn't call it the Bi-Ram or the Bi-Lamb or they called it the Bible. How weird, huh? In India there's a place called Mumbai. And the number one place to live in the world these days apparently is Dubai. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been looking at some things recently. Yeah, don't worry about it. I've been. Yeah, I won't. Maybe for a different video. I've been doing a bit of research about foreign countries recently. I don't want to mention it in this video. So this is the thing. I am God. I am the Lord your God. I am Grant Salvin. That's my birth certificate name. That I was given in this lifetime. What else can I talk about here? There's all kinds of stuff I can talk about. You know, let me talk about this. So, you know, everyone's talking about TikTok at the moment. Yeah, TikTok. So, you know, in the book of Revelation, it talks about the, is it in the book of Revelation? I think it is. It could be in a different book, actually, in the New Testament. You know, it talks about the Antichrist, I think. Or it talks about, no, well, it talks, there's a king, right? It talks about, you know, that the devil's time is short, right? So the time is short, and the time is, you know, and there's, you know, it talks about there being kings. In the book of Revelation, it talks about that. I think is it 5 kings they've fallen, and then there's 2 kings who have. It's something like that, isn't it? And, you know, and it talks about there's a king, and he has to continue a short space. You know, his time is short, right? Well, isn't it really interesting? So Joe Biden, he's, you know, there's all this stuff happening with the USA, the United States of America, and TikTok. You know, the TikTok, you can't, you know, it has to be sold. And obviously Donald Trump, you know, he said that he wants to continue TikTok, right? You know, so in the Bible, you know, it talks about there's a king, and he has, you know, he has to continue a short space, right? It's magic. That's what it is. My biological aunt is married to a man called Donald. His dad is called Joe. Okay? Joe Neal and Donald Neal. They're my in-laws in a sense. Well, you know, my aunt's husband, right? Donald Neal. There's a war. People want my destiny. He's one of them. He's one of many. He's the, you know, that's the world. The world is jealous of me. You know, it says in here that my name is jealous. And the world is full of people who are jealous of me. So, you know, people say things are, that's bullshit. Well, the thing is that my ass is the bull. Okay? My butt is the bull. Ra. And that's the thing, right? So the word Ra is spelled R-A. If you flip that word around like that, what does that say? R? R. A-R. You know, how else would you say it? You know, they are. So that's the thing. The world They want to believe that they are me, while they worship evil. Okay? No one can see my face and live. Isn't it interesting? So I'm born under the zodiac sign Scorpio, and that's associated with the death card. I'm associated with death. Have you seen that drink that's come out? It looks almost like a can of Monster or a can of Relentless or something. It looks like one of those. It looks like an energy drink. It looks similar in style to an energy drink can, but it's called Liquid Death. Liquid death. I am the fountain of living waters. I'm God. It's magic. It's a magic war people are doing with me all the time. People don't want to stop. Well, that's the thing, right? The book of Exodus. Exodus. Well, this is the thing, the world is my ex. The world sees me as X, right? And the world is, when someone's, if two people are together and they separate, they both become X. What? Do you understand? I've explained that idea. That to Exodus. That's the thing. The world wants to think that I'm X and I owe everybody something. When it's actually everyone owes me. Well, those who don't love me, so people are going to pay the price for their sins. So, yeah. What else do I want to talk about here? Well, I said I wasn't going to mention it, but yeah. Should I? Yeah, I've got quite a lot of money. I've got quite a lot of money. Bitcoin. I'm thinking about what I should do with my future. Maybe I could. I was thinking about Dubai. I was thinking, well, it is a Islamic country. I'm supposed to be the lamb, right? I hear in Dubai, there's no taxes on Bitcoin. If I move my residence, if I got rid of my residence in this country and went to another country, well, I could live off the money I've made, and that would last me a long time. It's very tempting. It's very tempting, I'm telling you, because sitting here surrounded by piles of garbage, choking on cigarette, why am I here? Why am I here making these videos, doing what I do every single day? What's the point? It doesn't matter, you know. I can stop making videos. I can stop doing what I do on social media. I can go wherever I want to go and do whatever I want to do. I'm still God. Doesn't matter where, doesn't matter what I say, doesn't matter where I go, doesn't matter what I do. I'm still God. That will never change. It does not change. That fact does not change. The truth is the truth. It's very hard to say that I'm God without sounding big-headed. You know, every time I say it, I feel like, you know, how do I convey it without sounding like, you know, like, how else can I say it? How many different ways can I try to say it and try to put it? I mean, look at me. You know what I mean? I look scruffy, you know, I'm unhealthy, unhappy, miserable, angry, upset, frustrated. You know, what does it take? What does it take to get through to people? Anyway, I think yeah. I mean, the idea of me going to a different country and doing all that stuff, you know, I doubt I probably won't. But it's nice to have a think about it, you know. It was nice to think about it for a little while. It was nice to think I could go out and enjoy the sunshine and do all that kind of stuff, because I'll tell you what, I don't get to see any of it here because I'm sat indoors in front of a computer all the time. But anyway, I think the way things are going, you know, I'm winning this magic war. I'm winning. I'm getting closer and closer to where I want to be. Look what happened in LA. That's because of me. It is because of me. I know it's because of me. You know, I was watching one of these videos about what happened. You know, there's a place in LA, and it was called Paradise. And I was watching the video on, I think it was a Channel 4 documentary about it, about the LA wildfires. And they had an interview with the mayor of Paradise. Yeah, how weird, huh? Hollywood? Yeah. Bunch of sinners. They called themselves, you know, they built a town and they called it Paradise. And now it's gone. It's all burned away. Yeah, how weird. There's a verse somewhere in the Bible talking about how the heavens would burn. And there's the, you know, also about the second beast, you know, how you know, he brought fire down from heaven in the sight of men, you know. I mean, that's the thing, you know. I mean, you know the stories about the chariot of fire that came down. You know, there was that prophet. I think his name was Elias. I think it was Elias. You know, and the story is that, you know, the chariot of fire came down from the sky and took him back up to the sky. But the chariot is, you know, it's connected with the bed. You know, it's you know, I'm God. I said I was coming back for my bride. right? So, you know, like, you know, I'm God. I deserve the chariot of fire, right? The bed of fire, of passion and sex and happiness and all that stuff, right? But I don't get it. I don't get that. Everybody else wants that, though. People will deny me so that they can, you know, they want to have that, and they want to pretend that they're me. They act like they're me, having my justice, when in fact, I never got my justice, and I'm still waiting for it, while everyone else is dicking around, sinning, and fooling themselves. It's all to try to explain. You know, I was thinking about it as well, you know, the story about the first beast and the second beast, right? Well, that's the thing, right? You know, the word best is in the word beast. See, I got this written on my hand. Best. It's my best hand. But, you know, that's the thing. You know, the first best and the second best, right? If you think about it like that, right? Because, you know, there's so many ways you can think about the story, but I mean, that's the thing, right? So the first best, I mean, that's the thing. There is no there is a second best, but that's the thing, isn't it? Like second, because people say it that way, don't they? They say first best, well, they say best, and then they say second best, third best, fourth best, fifth best. But because people say best is after the second or the third or the fourth or the fifth, you know, so it in terms of magic, it's before. It's written to the left side of the word best, and that's a magic problem there. There's a problem there of how that's written. I mean, language used to be written from right to left. Now it's written from left to right, but hopefully you get the point. It's complicated, but but you know, the story is, you know, the first beast, you know, he's got 7 heads and 10 horns, right? And he's got a wounded head. And the second beast that rose up out of the earth holds up an image to the first beast, and they all worship, you know, the first beast. But you know, it's just interesting if you know, instead of saying beast, you say best, you know. So the second best held up the image to the first best. It's an interesting way of looking at it. But anyway, it should be a bit eye-opening to people, maybe, perhaps. Anything else I want to mention before we go? Isn't it interesting? So the country that's, you know, that's really well known for Bitcoin adoption is called El Salvador. You know, in Hebrew, El means God, and Salvador, well, my surname is Salvin. Okay, my name's Grant Salvin. Yeah, El Salvador. This is an interesting country. You know, they locked away all the gangsters. You know, like, it's like the highest security. You know, I mean, their prison system is just like really crazy. They just throw all the gangs in and stuff. They had like civil war and stuff like that. Anyways, well, that's the thing, you know, I influence the world. The world copies me. The world is trying to constantly be in my energy. It's always wanting to be, you know, Mass adoption. Mass adoption. What's the word mass? You know what mass is? You know? Alright, you know, the wine and the bread. Yeah? Mass adoption. Yeah. Isn't it weird how, you know, animals, you see them going in circles? I saw a video online that was of ducks. I think it was ducks, and they had a car. They were going around a car. You know, a car is a chariot, right? And they were going around in circles, right? I mean, you know, women, they have, you know, you see women who get lip filler, and people say they got duck lips. Well, what does it mean? What's a duck? You know, duck, right? So if you crouch down, you're ducking, right? And women, you know, a lot of women like to duck down and use their lips, don't they? Yeah, duck lips. So you've got the ducks going around in a circle around the chariot. You know, I've seen videos on the news of sheep. It was on the, I saw it on Sky News, I think. It was a sheep going around in a circle. This was a couple of years ago, actually. Yeah, there was some really bizarre videos of just this field of sheep just going around and around and around and around and around and around, and people were like, "What the hell's going on?" And, you know, and a dog as well. You know, if a dog goes to take a crap, you know, they like to do a circle. You know, they go around in a circle. Yeah, it's all because of magic. Yeah, these things are all. You know, people see these things and they wonder why they happen. There are magic reasons for why these things happen. You know, I can't say I totally understand exactly why every little thing happens, but I can see various connections and how it connects with other things. And you know, I've had to study things for a long time. You know, there's so much to study. It's like, well, where do I focus my attention today? You know, like, you know, there's only so many hours in a day, right? You know, I'm tired of having to tell people that I'm God. You know, so many people, they don't want to believe that I'm God, but I really am. I really am. You know, that's the thing, right? I can say, I mean, look, there are people on planet Earth who, you know, claim to be the second coming of Jesus Christ. There are people who do that. You know, they don't have, you know, what proof is there that they are? You know, the fact is that I see the proof. I see it, and the proof is overwhelming. There's so much of it. It's evident. I see it all the time, all day, every day. I'm very powerful, extremely. I'm the most powerful. I influence the entire world because everything I do, those who don't love me are constantly trying to copy me in different ways. So I keep seeing reflections of certain things I do or say or think all the time, all over the place, all the time. And so I'm constantly seeing reflections, reflect. It's unmistakable. It's not, you know, I'm just saying, you know, I drink a can of Coke and then I see someone else drink a can of Coke and be like, hey, he's reflecting me. No, not like that. Not something dumb like that, no. But what I'm talking about is, you know, I see a world that is spying. on me. That's what it looks like, and that's what it feels like. It feels like I'm being watched and I'm being copied. What it really is, well, there are demons, and there are, and it's magic. People think they're me. They think they're inside my head, right? And they do magic. So, they're using magic, which is, and it does things with my eyes and my ears and my thoughts. People think, people are doing magic to try to be like they're in my head, basically. So they, you understand? But they're not of my spirit, okay? Like, they can try to wear the same clothes as me, or, try to listen to the same music, or whatever it is, right? Try to copy me in so many different ways. But that doesn't mean they're of my spirit. Like, I bought a Jaguar F-Type R, just because some other guy buys a Jaguar F-Type R doesn't mean he's of my spirit. You know what I mean? He just happens to have the same car as me. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That's what the world does. That's what the world is doing all the time to me. But this is, so let me go back to this thing about Moses, and I told Moses to speak to the rock. And that's the thing, right? He was supposed to speak to the rock. Now, that's the thing, I'm God, and I've been called the rock upon which people stand, right? The Israelites, and they would say, I'm the rock that they would stand upon. I'm their, their solid foundation, and if you understand what I'm saying, right? So, I said to Moses, speak to the rock. But what did he do? He, in his anger, in his frustration, he took his rod and he just split the rock. Yeah? And I was unhappy with him because of that, right? Because that's him attacking me. You understand? It's a magic thing. That's why I was unhappy with him. It's one of the reasons I was unhappy. Because of that. I mean, most people, a lot of people, they'll read that. They'll think, what's that about? Like, why would God be unhappy? Because do you know what I mean? Like, why is God bullying Moses? Why is, why is God bullying? Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Like, people were told, that's the thing. I'm Jesus. I said, be wise as serpents. Yeah, be wise as serpents. Witchcraft has been around for a long time. I explained a lot of things. People lack knowledge. They lack knowledge. It's strange how people believe in certain things, people's beliefs don't make sense. They don't, they want to believe that there's a spiritual realm, but they don't want to believe in me. They don't want to believe in God, because that's inconvenient. People see me as inconvenient. People, that's the thing. The world is jealous of me, hates me, and finds me annoying because I'm God and I'm the authority figure. I'm God. I'm in charge. That's the thing. I'm the most powerful force that exists. Even if people reject me, it doesn't. I'm still the most powerful force that exists. Okay? That's how it always is. The situation is that, like I've explained many times before, people aren't going to get what they want without me. The world is, people's lives are being destroyed bit by bit. People cannot escape me. What I just said, I said people cannot escape me. So this is why they use binding magic against me to try to trap me. Using word magic, babble, sex magic, bondage, BDSM, all this kind of stuff, right? BDSM. Because it's all about trying to, the world is conspiring to keep me trapped, to hurt me, and to try to steal what is mine. But the world can't get away with that. The world is running out of time. The world is the world, the people of the world are trying to get away with something they're not going to get away with. You've seen that scene in the Matrix, when they take Mr. Anderson down to the interrogation room, and Agent Smith's like, you have one life, you're a computer programmer, and your other life, you're Neo, computer hacker. And then he says to him, he's like, then he says, I want my phone call, and he says, what good is a phone call if you can't speak? And then he can't speak anymore. It's like, and they put a bug in his stomach. Well, that's the thing, the bug in the stomach, like I told you, the shit. I said, no one can get to heaven except through me. Well, what goes through me? Food goes through me, doesn't it? Yeah, I put the food in this side, and it comes out the other end, it's crap. No one can get to heaven except through me. So why do you think the world is constantly trying to do shit magic against me? Because it wants to go through me. Yeah? I'm well aware of what the world is about. Okay? Like I said, I know the world. Okay? I mean, I was Jesus, before I was crucified, I went into the wilderness to fast. Yeah, I fasted. Yeah. But now we live in the age of fast food. Yeah, so, takeaways, burgers, pizza, fast. People want to drive around in their cars like maniacs and all that stuff. Driving fast. There's a lot of witchcraft I have to deal with. 2,000 years ago, there wasn't any Hollywood. There wasn't any music industry. There weren't record labels. There wasn't TV. There wasn't the internet. People had very basic things. back then. You know, they had clothes, you know, somewhere to sleep maybe. You know, they had very basic things back then, most people. But now now things are, well, people are constantly just focused on doing witchcraft. Constantly. That's basically all people ever do. They just constantly thinking, what's the next bit of witchcraft they're going to do? And people don't even know what they're doing. They just do it, you know. They just see the new game coming out, or the new film or music or whatever, you know. They want to go clubbing, or they want to have an orgy, or, you know, or whatever it is, right? There's a long list of things, very long list of things. Or they want to get their designer clothes, or whatever it is, right? I think I might go buy some clothes, maybe. I don't think I've ever owned any designer clothes before. Not like I think of. Maybe some. You know, well, what do you know what I mean? Like, what designer you think are very expensive, don't you? I tend not to spend a lot of money on clothes, things I wear. Yeah. But who knows? Maybe I will. I'm basically, you know, I wear rags these days, pretty much. I mean, I got holes in my clothes. I got, you know, they've been washed and shrunk so many times. It's like I can barely get them on anymore. I've got lots of t-shirts though. I've got about 500 t-shirts. Got so many. So this video's gone on quite a long time, I think. You know, I'll do a quick tarot reading. And then that'll be it, I think. Okay. So, which deck do I want to use? Let me think. Which deck? I'll use this deck. Okay. See if any interesting messages come out. Any messages for me? Okay, got Knight of Wands. Two of Swords. Ace of Wands, the Hangman. Yeah, you know what this is? I can already tell you what this is, right? Sex Magicians, Knight of Wands, causing blockages, Two of Swords. You know, this person, they got their arms in an X shape, okay? The number 2, you know, this is the same number that's connected with the High Priestess. Okay, I. It's a number 2. You know, a number 2 is a poo, right? These are people who have shit eyes and shit ears. Okay? They are of the world. It's all about causing blockages. You know, the sea is behind her, and she's wearing a blindfold. She doesn't want to see. She's got her back turned to the sea. She's not interested in seeing the truth. You know, these are magicians, sex magicians, doing sex magic, chariot of fire magic, yeah? Ace of wands, ass of wands, ass of stick, right? That's their will, their passion, their fire. The hanged man. Well, the hanged man, you know, the foot, the bottom of the body, you know, there's the rope. It's tied in a noose. Anus, a noose. Yeah, the binding, the sex, the wooden tree. You know, this is, you know, what does this really represent? What's this really talking about? You know, it's a sex magician card. You know, this is why, you know, that's why it's called a noose. Yeah. Knight of Wands, 2 of Swords, Ace of Wands, the Hangman. Okay? Get a couple more cards. And then we've got 10 of Pentacles. So the 10 of Pentacles, you know, this is a lot of bodies. It's a lot of, it's money, it's bodies, it's earthly matter, it's soil, it's crap, rich people. It can mean family. And then there's the Empress. Whoa. And we've got the Queen of Wands. So she's all about fire and passion and sex, right? She likes that big stick. And then we've got the 2 of Wands. So I told you what number 2 is. You know, you notice he's holding the globe in his hand. You know, it's about planning and making decisions, or decisions that have been made in the past. You know, the butt's in the past, it's behind. You know what I mean? It's what's behind. Page of Pentacles, yeah, Page of Pentacles. So, you know, basically could be, you know, a regular person, you know, a regular person who doesn't have a lot of money, right? Or Page of Pentacles, and you've got Ace of Cups. You know, new feelings or new romance, you know, or, you know, it's people getting together. Ace of Cups can just mean someone's found a new person to have sex with, you know. Or look, it's Chariot, yeah, the Chariot. That's you know, you see the Sphinx. The Sphinx isn't. This is Egyptian. And then we got the World. This is the World. You know, you see the four living creatures around the sides. You notice this woman, the World. She's in this lot. You know, it looks like almost like a laurel, and the laurel represents victory, if I'm not mistaken. And you notice, you know, you see that thing that goes around her body, that bit of cloth that goes around her body. It almost looks like a snake that's wrapped around her. Yeah. The World. So, you know, this is the thing, you know, people are constantly having sex. Sex magic. The world's constantly doing magic against me. I'm trying to tell people I'm here, but people are too busy pretending they're me. using magic to pretend that they are me enjoying my justice. So the result is, things like earthquakes and landslides, death, 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 death. That's the result. Okay? Death and more death coming. Yeah, that's what the result is. Okay? Because people won't give me what I ask for. I've asked for it politely. I've asked for it in all kinds of ways, right? I'm still waiting. Everybody's waiting though, aren't they? Technically. Because, everyone has a body mass, they love their bodies, there's that force of gravity, pulling on the body, your weight. Wait, yeah. And I sit here waiting for how long? The world does what the world does because the world wants to be good. So this is the thing, right? So, I said to Moses, I said, no one can see my face and live. So, people are doing so much, all these false gods, they all want to pretend they're my back, that they're my bottom, my bum, or my heel, the heel of my foot where my dead skin is. Yeah. The story about, it talks about in the book of Genesis, it talks about how the serpent's head is crushed by the heel, right? And that's the other thing, I'm God. I'm, the beast, the first beast, right? The first best. I'm God. I am the first best. I'm best, right? He has a wounded head. He had 7 heads and 10 horns. Well, that's the thing, The 7 is the 7 in tarot is the chariot card, Some might say I'm a motor head, or a petrol head, in a sense. Yeah, well, I like my car, but I don't obsess about cars. When I was a little kid, I used to go to car shows and stuff. That was like 30 years ago. So, but the fact is that, a motor in a car is not my head. I'm just the head. I'm God, and I have a car that I like, right? And I have enjoyed looking at cars. Yeah, if that makes me, some might say I'm a motorhead. Who's the front man of the band Motorhead? Oh yeah, Lemmy. Let me do that. Let me have this. Let me do this. Let me do that. God let me. God let me. God let me. God let me. See how the world wants to try to twist things to its advantage in order to go against me. I mean, that's one example. There's so many of them. The list is so long, I couldn't even count. I mean, it's everywhere I look. It's everywhere. In almost every single word that I say, there's trickery and deception. And, you know, this is why you either understand the spirit of what I'm saying, or you have shit eyes and shit ears, and you hear shit, you see shit. Yeah, you think shit. You are of the world, if that is you. That's you. You're not of my spirit. You're of the world, if that's how you think. I mean, for instance, okay, so on my YouTube account, I just got 24 subscribers. I mean, I'm now at 24 subscribers. Well, this is the thing. I only post on, as of recently, I've decided to stop posting things on Facebook. I only post things on X now. I mean, I used to post probably 100 things to Facebook and X every single day. Sometimes more, sometimes less. That's a lot of posting, right? I post a lot of stuff on social media. But I stopped posting stuff on Facebook because it wouldn't allow me to. It gave me an error and it was like, you can't post it anymore. Well, it assumed that I was a bot. It was like, hey, you're a bot. Or something, right? It's like, no, I'm not. So I stopped using Facebook and I chose to post on it. You know, there are various reasons why I did that. It's to do with magic. But how interesting is it? So now I have 24 subscribers on YouTube. You know, 24 is the 24th letter of the alphabet is X. Yeah. It's strange how the number fluctuates. Yeah. Well, I know what it is. It's magic. That's all it is. It's magic. It's mirroring. It's trying to put magic blockages in my way. This is why I gave the Israelites, I gave them instructions to follow. You know, do not lean on your own understanding. Just do as you've been asked. Deny yourself. Because man's standard operating procedure is to think he's God when he's not. That's how it is. And believe me, you know, it's been very hard for me to deal with that myself, because, you know, how many times have I questioned myself and I think, how do I, you know, I've got to explain to an entire world of people that they think and behave like they're me, that they think they're God, and that I'm God, and that people have, there's like a mind virus that's going around the world and everyone wants to think they're me. And they keep reflecting me. And then I've got to sit here and be like, yeah, I'm God. I know I'm God, but it's a real difficult thing to sit and think about. And believe me, I've spent a long time thinking about it. A very long time. I'm the kind of person, I can come out, I can get out of bed, and I can come sit down in a chair, and I can sit the entire day without looking at anything else. I can just sit and think for an entire day long, and then go to bed later. Pretty much. I've done it before. Where I just sit and I just scratch my head. You know, I'm just like, wow. What a thing to try to comprehend. You know, it is. It's really it's that bonkers. And sad thing, you know, who do I talk to about it? And who's going to believe me? I've tried so hard. to tell people the truth. I tell people the truth and they don't want to know. So, my time has been, people have wasted my time. You've hurt me. Betrayed me. Abused me. Hated me. I mean, this is a ongoing thing. Yeah. Ongoing, yeah. That's an interesting word, isn't it? Ongoing. Or is that 2 words? I think it might be 2 words, isn't it? I can't actually. Or is it 1? I can't. Oh, it's too much for me. It really is. The thing is that there's so much blood that has been shed as a result of the world treating me this way. Terrible things, like things went, like school shootings or domestic abuse or wars, all kinds of very bad things, sex trafficking, people's lives destroyed. The people of the world have bloody hands. All because they chose to hate me. They chose to be jealous of me. They chose that they wanted to be the authority figure. They chose to worship false gods. They chose someone else instead of me. People were warned. People were told. I've explained it. I've told people what the situation is, but where's this going? Where's it going? Is anybody going to be, is there going to be a person who's going to be like, I'm sorry, God, I understand now, please forgive me, is there someone who's going to say that to me? Is there someone who's, or is it going to get to the point where it's like, well, the curtain drops and it's like everyone's just caught with their pants down. Then it's like, right, oh, getting destroyed now. It's like going to be, how's it going to look? How's it really going to look? I don't know. It's going to be very bad for people. Smoking is a really, I keep thinking I need to quit, or I'd like to quit. I'm stuck. I'm so stuck with it. I feel so stuck with it because it's, that's the thing. Someone who gets hooked on drugs or alcohol or whatever, it's like, it's really hard to get out of it, especially if you can't see your life, if you're just going to be in difficult, painful, horrible situations all the time, you know, and that's the thing, you know. If I anticipate for the next few months, I'm going to be stressed, I'm going to be tired, I'm going to be frustrated a lot, you know, it makes it so difficult. It makes it so difficult to make that jump, to get to where I need, you know, it's very hard for me to put it down. Or I don't know when, you know, when's the day gonna come when I'm gonna feel happier, you know? It's like, I used to be a heavy drinker, you know, when I was younger, I used to drink 4 or 5 cans of beer a day. And then I went on to whiskey and all sorts of stuff, right? But, you know, but when I stopped going to work with people, and when I separated myself from other people, I pretty much, I didn't, my alcohol consumption just dropped massively. Like, I didn't really need it anymore. I felt like, you know, 1 beer or 2 beers a week was enough for me. You know, I got to that point, and it's like, wow. And I do drink sometimes, but I don't drink that much. You know, and in fact, these days I find that if I drink, you know, I'll have a very small drink, you know, and then I get very tired very quickly, and I find myself going to bed very early, you know, because, yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll just drink just so I can sleep better, but, I mean, that's one benefit from drinking. I find it helps me sleep. But, you know, this is the thing, I really struggle, and the world's conspiring to destroy me. It really is. It really wants me to struggle for as long as possible while it tries to evade me. And that's the thing, you know, like, you look at the world, you got certain areas of the world that are at war, or their economies are failing, or they're under tyrannical rule, or whatever it is. You know, there are certain areas of the world where people are very badly affected. And then you have other parts of the world where people really aren't that worried at all. They're like, no, don't care. Or really not that bothered. But things are getting worse and worse and worse for everybody, pretty much, aren't they? So it's only a matter of time before, you know, people, this is, you know, so the world is constantly conspiring to try to evade me, but, you know, there's, how far can that go, really? Not very far. And you know the story, right? You know, the first beast and the second beast. Well, it was the dragon that gave the power to the first beast. And the second beast, well, I am the dragon. In a sense, yes, I am. Yeah, it talks about the, I mean, this is the thing, I've explained how words work, word magic, you know, how you read it in the Bible and how you interpret it. You know, you can interpret in different ways. You know, there's hidden code there to be understood, and I understand it very differently from other people. You know, people are quite, you know, they say Satan is the dragon, or the devil is the dragon, or, you know, but that's the thing, that can be true, yes, but at the same time, I'm God. You know, people want me, you know, people, you know, they want to believe that God is you know, only does nice things, you know, what they would claim are nice things, you know, like, but in this thing, I'm God, I have to, you know, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. You know, I am pure. I am. Even, you know, when I'm doing all the things that I'm doing, where, you know, if I swear or, you know, I'm acting like I'm the devil or whatever it is, I'm God. I can do that. Am I not justified in what I do? Everything that I do? I'm God. I do things for the reasons, you know, there are reasons why I do what I do. It's justified. My anger is justified. My wrath is just, you know, it's justified. Yeah? I'm the creator. I'm the one. I mean, think about it. Think about this phrase for a second, right? You know, people want to be content creators, you know, they want to be making videos and all kinds of stuff, right? What does the word content mean? Content means happy. So if that means if you're happy, does that mean you are creator? So why is it I'm so miserable? Isn't it strange? So the world wants to be happy while God's miserable. Yeah. And then you want to use that phrase again and again and again and again and again. Content creator, content creator, content creator. Social media influencer. Blah, 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 blah. It's mimic, 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 copy. It's using magic. It's using Babel to try to acquire power from me. That's what the world is constantly doing. It's like, you know, if you were, imagine you were locked in a cage and you had 1,000 leeches poured all over your body and they all wanted to suck the blood out of you. That's what my life is like. That's what the world wants to do to me. Okay? How would the world feel if I did that to them? You know, how would you feel if I locked you in a cage and allowed leeches to devour you, to suck you dry of all your blood until you just drop dead? Or you die of parasites or whatever it is, right? You understand? Like, would that be fair, do you think? You know, I'm you see, when the world realizes my power, you know, I've explained all this. I've done how many videos now? How many times have I explained this? You know, those who love me will understand my wrath. They'll understand it. They'll understand why I'm so angry. They'll understand why I am the way I am now. I mean, you never really hear anyone ever talk about God's need for sex or love, or you know, how many people have you heard say, you know, what if Jesus is already here on planet Earth? You know, what if he's already living amongst us, and for, you know, maybe he's been living here for 10 years or 20 years or 30 years or 40 years, who knows? Like, you know, maybe he's just wandering around, maybe he's just waiting to get, you know, maybe he's on social media and just asking people to listen to him and no one will listen to him. You know? Do you ever hear anyone talk about that? I don't. It's me. I'm God. In the clouds. In the internet cloud. Yeah, in the dark, thick smoke of fire. You understand? You see, it all makes sense. The Garden of Eden story, Adam and Eve, they chose to go against me. They chose to eat from the tree that they weren't supposed to eat from, okay? And, and part of that, so they, not only did they disobey me and betray me, they tried to steal my identity by trying to be gods themselves. They wanted to be gods. God. They wanted my power and authority. I'm the creator. I created man and woman. I created everything. Okay? So what's for me, I say what's for me, and I can say what's for you. And if you don't like it, well, there's a problem. If you don't accept my reasoning, then there's conflict, isn't there? There's a conflict there. The Old Testament and the New Testament, you have to understand, I've asked people to behave in a certain way because, like I said, man's standard operating procedure is to think he's me, he's God. He wants to think that he's me or he's above me, that he's better than me, that he knows better than me. Yeah, I mean, there's example, switch on a television. It's everywhere. Everywhere people are thinking that they're above me, that my reasoning isn't good enough for them. That's everywhere. You can see that everywhere you go. You cannot deny that. You can't deny that. Even those who say, there are some people who say that they love God or they believe in me, but they still behave like my reasoning's no good for them. They still act and, because, they want to believe it's a different way. Or God's okay with this or that, or, they want to make all kinds of excuses and twist things, and, but how many people are really doing as I said, or, how many people really do the right thing? Like, it's a small number, I would say. Well, it definitely is a small number. What the number is, I couldn't tell you. But, like I said, no one's perfect. But, people will always make mistakes now and again. But, but the world isn't interested in me. It doesn't love me. It's jealous of me. It wants to fight me. Excuse me. People have a short time on earth. I mean, well, yes. I mean, eternal life is eternity. 70 years, 80 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years is not a lot. It's a short time in comparison to, let's say, eternity, right? people they're tempted into sin, and they sin and sin and sin. They don't want to stop. I give people the opportunity to prove themselves to me. So, eternal life is eternal life. That's a very long time. I mean, it's endless, right? That's endless life. That's life that doesn't end. And all I'm asking is for people to, love me. Like 70 years or whatever, time. Like, why can't people, why can't people just aren't, people aren't interested, are they? And the thing is that, so people who do get eternal life, well, what's that going to look like? What does that look like? I don't know exactly. I don't know. It's good that I don't know. Because if I knew, I probably would have said it already. And that would be a dumb thing. I don't really want to tell. Why? Do you know what I mean? Like, people have to prove themselves first and have faith. That's how it's supposed to be. That's the best way for it to be. Why can't... Yeah, the world is the way it is. It doesn't want to love me. It hates me. Or wishes it was me. Both. Or wishes someone else was good. People want to think that I'm cruel or I'm oppressive. I'm like some kind of monster. But, things were explained. If you have a grievance with somebody, well, what does that look like? Think about it, right? If you were God, and you created everybody and everything with love and care, and then that, that which you created turned against you and tried to dethrone you and take everything that belongs to you and make you irrelevant, well, how would you react? How would you deal with it? That's really what you need to understand. Yeah? Look at the Bible. How does it go? What's the story? I gave people a way out. I showed people the way. makes sense. I think it's interesting, I hear Christians talking about, they make there's some very strange, when people explain, the story of when I was Jesus, and when I did what I did, and why I did it, and why I had, why would God come down here and sacrifice himself? Oh, he sacrificed himself so you could go to heaven. And people talk about the laws and having to taking the sins to the cross and being a perfect sacrifice, a lamb without blemish, etc., etc. But does anyone ever think like, well, God came down to earth and all people really wanted to do to him was murder him? You never really hear anyone explain it that way, do you? Like, God cast Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden to this world where the ground is cursed. And, it all sounded kind of harsh. Like, all that for eating a fruit? What's wrong with that? What's the deal with that? It's easy to twist it, isn't it? It's easy to see it the wrong way. But, like I said, if you have a grievance with someone, what does it look like? Well, it's easy for people to twist things. I explain things in a way, in a certain way, for a reason. Many reasons. There are many reasons. So that's the thing, how many people would ever say, oh, well, so Jesus, God, or the Son of God, came down to earth, and people wanted to kill him. Me. Like, people always assume that. Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because God comes to earth. Did I come to the world thinking, yeah, I want to be crucified to make a point? Or did I want to come to the world and say, hey, I love you, and I forgive you, but you need to, but the fact is that people wanted to kill me. That's how it was. Like, do you know what I mean? That's the world. The world wants to kill me. That's what the world wants to do. Yeah? It was going to happen. Because that's the world. The world wants to kill me. It hates me. And if I come to the world and I'm telling people the truth and I'm trying to love people, yeah, the world wants to kill me. You don't really hear many people explain it that way, do you? A lot of people say, but why would God come down to the world? And people say, if God is real, why doesn't he come down here and show himself? And that's the thing, right? I came down to the world, and it was John the Baptist who, he was, and that's the thing, I said to people, if I speak of myself, and say things about myself, you won't believe me. But if someone else says it about me, if someone else bears witness to me, you'll believe them. So, this is the thing, I sit here and I make videos and I post all kinds of things over social media, and people, that's the thing, like, unless someone else declares that I'm God, that's the thing, people don't hear it. If I say I'm God, no one wants to hear it. But if someone else declares that I'm God, people start to go, oh, what's this? What is this you're saying? That's how it is. And, there are magical reasons for that. There are all kinds of reasons for that. But, people say, why would God come here just to be crucified? Like, the story makes no sense. I mean, it makes perfect sense. Actually, this, I come to the world hates me. The world hates me. That's it. That's literally all I have to say. What else do I have to say? The world hates me. I come down to the world, to show myself, Yeah, I came and I said I'm the Son of God. Well, I was here to, I came to show how to be a son of God. Yeah? I said, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. I said lots of different things, didn't I? I'm God. But the fact is that, if I'd come down and I said, I'm Father, I'm God, people would hear that very differently than if I said, I'm the Son of God. People would treat me differently, So there are lots of different reasons for how things went and how things were done. But the fact is that, people want me to come and show myself, but when I come and show myself, they want to murder me, or they mock me, or deny me, refuse me, accuse me of all sorts of things, accuse me of being a devil, etc., etc. So it's very difficult for me. It's very difficult. But the fact is, when I came last time as Jesus 2,000 years ago, I was doing things differently then. I came to show how to do things. How I expected others to. I came to give people a path to follow. This time, though, is different. I'm here for justice, and people either have the option of giving me justice that I've asked for, or that justice will manifest in a different way. The way look at the world right now: war, death, all that stuff, disease, all these kinds of bad things are happening. The future does not look good. Yeah, you get my point. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who are excited about Donald Trump and Elon Musk and blah, 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 blah. But isn't that how it always goes? Every single time someone gets elected or whatever it is, right? People are like, yeah. And then 5 years later, where are we? Oh yeah, things are worse. What's look at the last 20 years. Or the last 25 years. Like, it's just been like this. Going down and down and down and down and down. Yeah? It gets worse. And that's the thing, you know. Donald Trump and Elon Musk, you know, they've got a lot of supporters, right? They've got a bit of a fan base thing going on, right? So if things go wrong, well, if things go bad, or, you know, there's like a world war, or there's a new pandemic or something like that, you know, they know that they can say stuff, they can control people, they have people who will listen to whatever it is that they're going to say, they can twist people's minds, they can control. It's all about controlling people. That's what it's all about. You know, they're being put in those positions in order to control people, manipulate people, and they all have the same idea, you know, whether it's Joe Biden or it's Donald Trump or it's Keir Starmer or it's whoever, right? They all have, all these people who are in these positions of power, they all have the same goal in mind, and that is to head towards tyranny, destruction, all that bad stuff. Alright, that's where it's all going. Yeah, that's my justice manifesting. Because people won't actually give me the justice I asked for, it's manifesting in that sense that everyone's getting destroyed. That's the best way I can explain it, really. You know, I mean, it was Lenin? He said, the best way to control the opposition is to lead them. Yeah? That's a very interesting quote, that, isn't it? How do you control your opposition? Well, you infiltrate and you lead them. Yeah? That's what evil is doing, right? That's what people do. Okay? And the fact is that, you know, because people have sin, their ways are evil. They're sinners. They're greedy. They're evil, continually evil, right? They just want to do evil stuff. They love themselves. They're lovers of themselves. And that's the thing. If you live in a world where everyone loves themselves, and they all want to put themselves first, it's a disaster, right? That's the mind of the world. That's what the world does, you know. You know, the world is all competing to be me, right? There are all these different people who all want to be me, basically. And that's not gonna happen. Yeah, this is me being Mr. Nice Guy. Really. I mean, I noticed I got a few extra subscribers. I don't really know. I don't know who it is. I don't know. I mean, I could. Yeah. Well. I'll find out eventually. One way or another. But yeah, you know, I'm trying to, you know, today I'm being, you know, Mr. Nice Guy. Tomorrow might not be so nice. Or the day after, or next week, or next month, you know. I might sound a lot angrier. Might sound a lot crazier. Or whatever, right? That's how it is. That really is how it is. I'm 37 years old. I've been battling for 37 years of this life in this body. I'm tired of, and I'm very angry. You know, I'd like to have a private beach where I can sit there with a computer. You know, I can talk to people, and I can enjoy a drink and enjoy some sunshine. That would be nice. That would be really nice. I mean, I could go do that, actually. I mean, maybe not. Well, I could hire a private beach somewhere. Yeah, I could do that. Probably. Maybe. Or something like a beach. Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I could do something similar. Make a lot of money, but you know, I want people to put me there. You know, I want people to understand who it is that I am and give me what I deserve, right? And I mean, obviously I deserve a lot more than that, but you know, I would be so relieved just to move forward with this. But the world conspires to block me every way. You know, that's the thing, you know, the Garden of Eden story, you know, when Adam and Eve were cast out, there was the flaming sword that turns every way to guard the way to the tree of life. Well, that's the thing, you know, I am the flaming sword, basically. Yeah. You know, I turn, you know, yeah. Yeah. You know, the world wants to have a stalemate with me, you know, where we've locked horns and it's, you know, where it's not really going anywhere, it's just stuck. But I'm winning. Okay? I'm getting closer to victory every day. So, I can't lose. I don't lose. So, I do the things I do because I guess I just have to do them. But it will lead me to where I'm going. People trying to prevent me from getting what belongs to me, well, like I said, you know, that's not going to end well for them. So don't do it. You know, I'm warning you for your own sake. Obstructing God is a very bad idea. It's a very bad idea. I've been doing this for so long. I really want to, you know, I want to feel healthier, happier, relaxed. I want to know that there are people who take what I say seriously and are actually learning something from what I'm saying. You know, it would be a huge and it would really I'd feel better. Is that, you know, the thing about me is that, you know, I feel like, you know, the man I could have been, you know, like, you know, I guess I suffer from low testosterone, right? But, you know, I wish I could have been bigger, stronger. You know, I wish, you know, it would have been nice if I felt like more women were attracted to me. You know, guys respected me more. You know, that all got taken from me by witches and haters, liars, frauds, abusers, accusers, all the, you know, all the bad people. Yeah. See, there's some things that people can't really give me anymore. You know, once it's gone, it's gone. In a sense. Yeah, that's a hard thing to stomach. It's a hard thing to not feel, well, obviously I do feel angry about it and upset about it. But, you know, I've had to contend with that for a long time. And a world that keeps trying to do it to me. It's still doing it. When does it stop? You know, I was thinking about this, well, that's the thing, you know, I'm the sun, you know, I'm God, but, you know, the sun in the sky, you know, I'm the light of the world, right? You understand? I am connected with the sun in the sky, yeah, magically. I mean, I created it. You notice how, you know, people talk about global warming, but then, you know, sometimes it seems to be colder, you know. Well, that's the thing, you know, that's the thing, you know, when I was growing up, oh, you know, it was hot, yeah. I mean, back when I used to have sex, oh yeah, it was hot. You understand? Like, I'm magically connected to it. So, you know, that's the thing, like, if there's if the whole world of people is saying that I'm not hot, well, what do you think is going to happen to the weather? It's probably going to get a lot colder. Do you understand? Like, that's the situation. That's how crazy the situation is. Like, literally, people are attacking me, harming me, which is leading to their own death. You know, that's an example of what's happening. That's the type of thing. I mean, that's not, you know, that's not the only thing. You know, it's all kinds of things. But that is one way, that's one example for you. Okay? I'm God. I'm the light of the world. I affect the weather. I affect the sun. I affect the universe. That's how powerful I am. You know, I'm that powerful that I can create and destroy. It's my power. I can't just say, oh, I want a planet in the sky to just go boom, or a star to go boom, or whatever it is, right? I can't just point my finger and just say, yeah, that'll happen. I mean, that's not really how it works. Although my words manifest. My words do actually manifest things. But, like I said, words are code. Okay? They can be broken down into different components, and they have different connections, and, you know, so it's very complicated is what it is. But I tell you, I affect the weather. I can change the weather. This universe, this planet, the sun, it's all connected to me. You know, I'm connected. My power, like I said, you know, I am the source of all power and life. I'm the creator of everything. So when I say there's really no escape from me, well, there is no escape from me. You know, I'm, you know, just you know, like, you know, someone who is in a hospital on a life support machine can't live without that life support machine, right? They can't just switch it off and just, you know, well, you get the analogy, hopefully, right? And the fact is, you know, I'm God, so, you know, that's how it is. You know, I couldn't tell you exactly why it's that way, but it's certainly very convenient for me. It's very convenient to know that's the situation. Like, there is no escape for me, because if I die, well, so does everyone else, basically. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if, you know, like, people can't, I mean, if I, you know, people can't get away with what they're trying, you know, people can try to, you know, people try to attack me and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's bad news for them. It's their problem more than it's gonna be mine. I'm good. You know, if I'm losing, or if I'm suffering, well, guess what? The world's gonna suffer way worse than me. You know? I mean, I might suffer today and the world will laugh at me. But, you know, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, it looks very different. It looks very different. I've been doing this a long time. I know how this goes. I've seen it again and again and again and again and again. I have a lot of experience with this. So, you know, keep that in mind. Yeah, it's been a long video. So, anything else I want to say before I go? Oh. Yeah, I noticed there's these women that have been in the media. I don't know what their names are, but these women who are, you know, there's one woman who slept with 100 men in one day, in 24 hours. And another woman who's done it in 1,000 men in a day. You know, it's very interesting, isn't it? I noticed there was this comment from this woman on OnlyFans, and she said about one of the women, she was like, don't follow her, don't do that kind of stuff, that's really bad. It's very interesting though, isn't it? She would, you know, a woman who's already on OnlyFans will say, that's bad. I mean, you know, it's a sliding scale, isn't it? You know, like, you know, where are you on that scale? You know, I ask people to do things a certain way. Don't lead on your own understanding. You know, people just, you know, they just slide more and more down that slope. I mean, that's the thing, you know, a woman wants to sleep with 1,000 men in 24 hours. You know, why is she doing that? I mean, first of all, well, you know, the word narcissist, well, you know what a narcissist is, right? Hopefully. You know, she's obsessed with herself. She loves herself, right? She wants to believe that all the men want her, all the women envy her. You know, she's the best. She's the one in the spotlight. She's the star. She's the light of the world. You know, she wants to sing and dance and fuck on the stage. You understand? That's what the world does. You know, she's just a certain example of it. You know, that's how bad. You know, it can get way worse than that. I'm God. You know, I'm supposed to be the center of attention. I'm the creator. You know, I mean, I created everybody and everything. So, you know, why is it nobody cares about me? Don't you think it's absurd that nobody cares about me? Does that not make sense? I'm not saying no, but, well, you know, I say nobody. Yeah, you see how those words work? I mean, they don't actually do any work, but you understand what I'm saying. You understand? Yeah. Look, these women, I mean, why would a man want to join a queue of 1,000 men to have sex with some filthy, disgusting, narcissistic whore? Like, why? What, so they can go brag to their friends and say, hey, fuck that bitch? I mean, it's disgusting. It's so disgusting. Swear is an interesting word. Swear. But you notice what people do. They swear on the Bible. You know, what swear? You know, I'll admit, you know, when I found out who I am, you know, as I started reading the Bible and all the crazy things started happening to me, you know, getting attacked by demons, all this kind of stuff, right? Seeing demons and, yeah. I've explained before. But, you know, I'm shocked to know just how bad the world is. You know, like, back, you know, several years ago, I looked at the world like, you know, I looked at the world and I just thought to myself, yeah, there's not many people I like in this world, really. But, you know, as time's gone on, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And, you know, I've tried to like people. I've tried to have some people I have a good view of. But as time has gone on, it's just gotten worse and worse and worse. I just see the evil again. The more I look at people, the more I see the evil. The more I notice how people can be fake. Or, well, that is basically, it's like, who isn't? You know, it's at the point now, it's like, I don't even know who's real. Like, you know, who can I trust? I don't know. I can't think of a single person. Not one. So, you know, there's still people out there I would like to like, but I'm so cautious. I'm extremely cautious how I think of people. I have to be. There's snakes everywhere. Anyways, a very long video. What day is it anyway? Sunday, isn't it? Yeah, it is Sunday. Pretty sure. Yeah, it's Sunday. 4 in the morning. So, oh, another thing I could point out. Well, you know, I said about the word rabble, and you know, I mentioned the game Scrabble. Well, the word crab is in Scrabble, and the crab is associated with Cancer, and Cancer is associated with the moon in tarot, in magic, in astrology. Yeah. Well, tarot, definitely tarot. Yeah. Yeah. And Pisces. Pisces, the fish. Yeah. Well, it was an early symbol of Christianity, wasn't it? The fish. So, there you go. The moon. Yeah, the butt. Yeah? The butt. It's all about the butt, apparently. Butt. Oh, people are obsessed with butts. They think shit, they talk shit, they see shit, they think shit, they eat shit. They think they are the shit. They do shit. Etc., etc. And that's the thing, you know, I said I'd make the earth my footstool. Isn't it interesting? So stool means shit. When did someone decide to make the word stool shit? Do you know what I mean? I said, I will make the earth my footstool. And obviously foot is the bottom of the body. I mean, who would have thought it would come down to this? That's how it is. As bizarre as it sounds. Holy ground. I've actually... Oh, hang on. What have I got here? This is actually from Israel, this is. It came with this little box. It came with a wooden crucifix with a... Yeah, this thing on it. But this came with oil, water. I think it's got incense. I'm not sure if it's myrrh, maybe. I don't know. It's like I think it's resin. And I got soil from Israel. I think it's from Bethlehem. Is it from Bethlehem? Holy soil. Holy water, olive oil, and holy incense. Anyways, you know, I've got a few things. They're magic items, so I acquire anything I think I need. Just in case you were wondering. Because that's the thing, you know, everything is magic. I mean, this is look at me, I've got the world in my hand. It's not the planet Earth, but it represents the planet Earth, and it's a squishy ball. It is a magic item. Everything is. It's just like, do you understand why it's a magic item and what effects does it actually have? Yeah. I wear glasses, so people call me Four Eyes, or I'm looking through glass. Well, people who don't wear glasses, they're looking at phones all the time, looking at screens all the time. Or they're talking through a camera. They're looking through glass. Yeah. I mean, there's all kinds of ways, there's so much. These are glass frames. I mean, this is it's called a frame. What does it mean to be framed? If you're framed for a murder you didn't commit, or a crime you didn't commit. Yeah. People take pictures of people and put them in picture frames. You seen that TV program, You've Been Framed? Yeah. I mean, all of these things are magic. Magic words, magic objects, doing all kinds of magic stuff. And believe me, you could spend a long time thinking about it. Because I have. And there's so much I haven't even figured out. I figured out what I need to figure out. I mean, I focus on what I feel is going to help me the most. And that takes a long time. It's complicated. Especially in a world that does so much witchcraft. There is so much witchcraft. I mean, think how many films have been made? How many songs have been made? How many albums and TV shows, and how many secret societies are, all this stuff. Like, how many editions are there of the Bible? Like people printing it on different paper or different, think of all the Bible magic, or scripture, like people using Bible software to different versions of the Bible or whatever it is, like it's all magic. It's so much magic I have to contend with. Imagine 7.8 billion people trying to tie you to a chair all at the same time. Like, how would you contend with that? How would you deal with it? You understand? Like, but it's witchcraft. It's binding magic that people are doing against me. That's a lot to contend with. So, and I'm still here. I'm still alive. I mean, to me, that's very impressive, to be quite honest. I'm impressed I'm still alive. Maybe other people don't see it that way. They think, wow, what a loser. Okay, I mean, looks so unhealthy, probably going to drop it. You know what I mean? But people don't know who I am or what I've been through. They don't know. You know, people want to bind me they want to bind me with not. I mean, that word not is a very tricky. You know, people want to say I'm not God. You know, is there a silent K there, or is there not? You know, this is the stupid game I've got to play with the world. You know, and you know, what did it say in the Bible? I said to people, do not judge. Do not judge. So those who bind me in a knot, and then they want to judge me. They say, because I'm not. They act like not is my name. You understand? That's what liars do. That's what the fraudsters do. They want to call me all kinds of names, like my name's not or never. Jesus is never coming back. You understand? You understand? I mean, you know that expression, stay in the light. You know, I said to people, stay in the light. Well, the words stay in precede, they come before the light. You understand? So, stay in. You know, that's why I stay indoors most of the time. I'm always in here. Stay in the light. You understand? But the light's up, you know, is the light inside or is it outside? I mean, there's a light over there. And we've got light from my screen, light from my phone. You know, I've got a cigarette lighter. Stay in the lighter. You understand? Like, there's so much magic going on. It's a lot to explain. I'm God. I mean, how many people, you know, people talk about being light workers or star seeds or, you know, all this stuff. You know, what part of, you know, you have to deny yourself first? You know, which part of that did people not understand? You know, they don't want to put me first. You know, they want to just jump to, oh, I'm the light of the world. You know, they want to just jump straight into that. Why is that? Because they want my light. You know, they don't go through the process of denying themselves first, loving me, putting me first, and following a path that they were meant to follow. They just want to jump to, hey, God loves me and I'm the best. God sent me to do this. God sent me to do that. You know, I mean, you know, there's, yeah. You know, there are a lot of people who say they love me who don't. They're liars. You know, some would call them spiritual narcissists. And that's one way of explaining who they are. The fact is that everybody is attracted to my light. Everyone is attracted to my power and my seat of authority. And if you know what I'm saying, they want my power, they want my authority, they want my destiny, they want what belongs to me. Everyone is attracted to that. So even when I'm not the center of attention, I'm still the center of attention. I mean, imagine if you were like at the center of a room and everyone in the room had their backs turned to you. I mean, they might not be, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't feel good, but obviously people are consciously making an effort to ignore you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I'm saying, you know, like I said, even when I'm not the center of attention, I am the center of attention. It's my power. It really is my power. You know, the world is just trying to reflect, the world is trying to mimic me. You see, if I do something, everything I do is magic, right? So if I do something, the world will try to mimic me and pretend that they're trying to pretend that they're the one doing that thing, when I'm the one who did it. It's trying to create a magic blockage. That's all it is. And so the world reflects me in all kinds of ways. You know, I've actually, you know, if I sit and, you know, I could watch YouTube videos, and you know, for instance, I could have one video playing in the background, and I could be watching, say, Sky News on mute. So there's no sound on Sky News, but you know, there's someone who's got a talk show on another internet tab, right? And they will describe what's happening in my environment, or what's happening on my screen, or what's happening in the news, even though their video was recorded 6 months ago. You know, it doesn't matter if it was 100 years, you know, I mean 50 years ago. They still describe what's going on in my environment. It's because of magic. And I've actually recorded those things. I've actually recorded those things happening, but the fact is I couldn't actually upload it to YouTube because it would be copyrighted content. There's nothing I can do with it. You know, I'd actually have to, I mean, my experience is so bizarre, but I can't capture it because it's copyright. Copyright. Yeah? How ironic. Copyright. Yeah. You know, they could have just called it Copy God instead, couldn't they? Copy God, copy God, copy God, copy God, copy God. Oh, that's copy God. You can't do that. The fact is, what you see is not the same as what I see. See, I'm the guy seeing, you know, I'm God. I see my reflections. And the world is in the mirror. Looking, you know, that's the thing. The world is too busy being the mirror. And that's probably you as well. You know, it's very simple. You have to deny yourself first. You have to love God who created you first. You have to put God first. And really mean it. You know, you can't just pretend. You have to really believe. You have to really mean it. Well, what do I do then? It's very late. It's very, very late. I look at what's happening in the world and the way things are. You know, I'm trying to think how much time is really left here for anyone to change, for anyone to say they're sorry, for anyone to make amends with me. You know, it's really late. Really late. You know, this might be the last video where I'm being Mr. Nice Guy. It might be the last video. Perhaps. Before things get really, really crazy. Because I don't think there's much time left. I really don't. A lot of big things are happening. I've been waiting a long time. And let me think for a second. So, wait a second. 1, 2, 3. Well, yeah. Well, it is what it is. The situation with Donald Trump, he's a reflection of people who've been in my life. There are many people who've been in my life who are reflected in the world. Those are one of the reasons I know who I am, because people who are my exes, you know, ex-friends or ex-girlfriends, I see their reflections because they're demons who wanted to get close to me to absorb my power. That's how I know. And I've seen so much evidence for it. And I don't think they even recognize their own reflections, which is the strange thing. Or they don't recognize that I'm the reason why they're being reflected. Perhaps they don't. I don't even know if they've looked or I don't know. But because I don't talk to them. But they're demons. You know, that's the thing. That's the thing. These people who are trying to absorb and steal my power, well, they lose that as soon as they deny themselves and put me first. This is why I ask people, deny yourself first, and then put me first, God. Okay? Because you do not break. You know, that's how you get from outside of the sheep pen to inside the sheep pen, if you know what I'm saying, right? That's how you know, you're either in or you're out, right? How are you going to get from one side to the other? Well, that's how you do it. You have to break the way of thinking that you're better than God. You have to deny yourself first. and put God first, me. Strange, my journey's been very strange, but obviously when I got surrounded by demons, I thought I was cursed. I thought God was cursing me. That's what I thought. I thought, wow, what the heck happened? Like, and because I saw what I saw. I saw, like, and I saw evil demons, angels, right? I saw, let's call them evil angels. Angels, well, people who are they're demons posing as angels, right? I've seen them with my eyeballs. Not in my mind, I saw them. I've seen things that you would be in total shock, absolute shock, if you'd seen it with your eyes. I mean, we're talking something like, I mean, that's the thing, right? Because in the Bible, it talks about, angels, it talks about, and people have depicted what they think angels look like, right? And to my surprise, well, what I saw, I mean, I'm kind of shocked to think that actually, well, what I saw kind of looked like, you know what I mean? Like, you imagine a man dressed in black, and he has black wings like a raven or a crow, something like that, like big giant wings, and he can fly through the sky like a freaking, do you know what I mean? Like, how a UFO, people talk about how a UFO, a flying saucer in the sky will, it can just fly this way and then go like that. Yeah, like that. Very fast. That's what I've seen. And I've seen other stuff as well. This wasn't a 5-second thing. This is, I experienced this over a day. In bits and parts. It's a story I've told before. Anyways, I mean, that's the thing, it took me time to figure out who I am. I began to realize, I'm like, well, if this has happened to me, then obviously I'm of some importance. In some sense. I obviously have some big part to play here. What is it? Like, who the heck am I? And eventually it led me to finding out who I am. But believe me, it took me years. It took a long time for me to fully accept who I am without ever questioning it. It took me time because I had to look at what was going on in the world, how the world was reflecting me, and I had to question every little thing and think, well, why is that? And why is everyone picking on me? And why is, like, how can this be possible? And blah 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 blah. And it, it eventually got to the point where I knew, there's no doubt in my mind, like, okay, there's no way. I knew who I am. My power is unmistakable. My power is that crazy. My power is, and that's what I've witnessed so far. My power is my ability to influence events in the world is enormous. So, it really is, I've seen so much bloodshed so much death as a result of me just trying to be me. That's hard to understand. And it's hard to explain. But this is why I post so much on social media. Because I'm trying to demonstrate who I am and what my power is. But you have to look closely. You have to have eyes that can see. You have to be the person who has denied themselves first. And put God first and really mean it before your eyes actually open. Or you'll never see. But that's the thing, I went through the situation, thinking, I'm Archangel Michael, I'm Jesus, and then I eventually, toyed with the idea that I'm God. And I think, am I? It's like, really? For a while I just thought, I sort of, I'm the son of God. And then no, I am God. It went from, I went through that, okay? And believe me, like, there were a couple of times where I got very unhappy, stressed out. I wanted to sort of abandon the entire idea that I'm God. I denied, in a sense, I denied myself. I was like, no, that can't be right. I must be crazy. Yeah, that happened a couple of times. Yeah, I did. But, I live in a world that doesn't want me to believe that I'm God. That's the thing. It's that's the thing. I don't have anyone to talk to about it. I don't, who do I tell? Who do I tell all these fantastic stories I have? And I don't have a journal. I don't write anything down. So, I like to put my thoughts in videos, so at least someone can, or at least, there's a record of it somewhere, right? Anyways. Yeah. But this is the thing, I'm God, and I've denied myself before as well. I've denied myself, which is funny, because I'm God. But yeah. But isn't that interesting, actually? So Jesus said, first you have to deny yourself. So who was Jesus then? Is that an interesting thought? That's an interesting thought, isn't it? If you see me, you see the Father. Yeah. Fascinating, huh? But that's the thing, right? Because if I was Jesus, right, and I denied myself, right, and I said, okay, I'm not the Father, I'm the Son of God. But if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. So technically I had denied myself, right, back then. And I was asking other people to follow that example. Because that's the thing. People always mimic me in different ways, right? But I ask people to that's the thing. People mimic me in different ways, right? People can mimic me in all kinds of ways. But I specifically ask people to do it, I was trying to get people to mimic my, that's the thing. I was trying to get people to copy my spirit, my, you know, what my spirit is, right? Like what my feelings are, you know, love, forgiveness, these kinds of things, right? That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get people to copy me in that way instead of trying to copy me in, you know, different ways, which is like, you know, people trying to copy me, like, you know, by all the other stuff, like, you know, people who want to write God across their forehead, or, you know, they want to wear a particular brand of clothes, or, you know, that's got my name on it, or something, whatever it is, right? You know, people want to copy me by doing the same, you know, they want to be into the, you know, they want to copy me in different ways, but it's got nothing to do with how I love or how I forgive, right? Everyone copies me in one way or another, but, you know, how are you going to copy me? You're going to copy me in the way I asked you to? Or are you going to copy me in the ways you're not supposed to? You know, think of it like that. Yeah. You know that saying, what was it? You know, people, isn't that an interesting saying? Do as I say, not as I do. Do as I say, not as I do. Or do what I said. Oh, whatever, right? But you notice how there's all kinds of anal sex babble on there, right? As. Do as I do. No, do as I say, not as I do. You know the saying, right? How bizarre, right? God so loved the world. Soda. Sodom. 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 Anyways, this video could go on for another 10 hours probably, but I don't think I'm gonna make it that long. I've actually got other stuff I've got to do, so finally enough. Yeah. Oh, I cleaned my shower yesterday. The basin in my shower was literally, half of it was covered in black mold, because I hadn't cleaned it for so long. So I took an entire bottle of bleach and I completely soaked it in bleach for about, actually I used more than that. I used an entire bottle. I let it soak for about an hour and a half or 2 hours, washed that down, and then I probably put another half bottle on top of that, and then I washed that away after about 5 hours, and then yeah, it's looking quite clean. It's looking better, let's put it that way. So I've got a lot of cleaning to do. Yeah, I couldn't believe how much mold there was there, because in my shower basin I'd had all these empty shower bottles on the floor, and that's where most of the mold was. It was underneath all those bottles. You know, it's like that pink orangey goo. I think it's called Listeria. Is it Listeria? Anyways, the shit I have to put myself through. What an interesting expression. The shit I have to put myself through to accomplish what it is I'm trying to do here. You know, the world wants to see my life fall apart, wants to see me just rot and decay, basically. But you know, I've made a note of all of this, obviously, and You know, when people are faced with a similar situation, or worse situation, well, you know, I've already explained it, haven't I? I've suffered a lot. A lot. And I'm not talking about Sodom law, if you know what I'm saying, but you understand? People will not get away with their nonsense. And when people complain, well, they have no excuse to complain. Okay? I've already explained it all. People will have to deal with the fact that they're evil and that they didn't love me. And they'll have to deal with the fact that I will cut them off and there will be no more blessings from me. They won't receive any more blessings. I mean, this is the thing that's going to happen, right? Because, like I said, you know, everyone's attracted to my energy, everybody. And so, you know, I told people to follow me in a certain way so I could bless them. And that's the situation. That's where a situation where I'm happy to bless people because they love me and I love them. And that's a good relationship, right? But then there's everybody else, which is, you know, they want to mimic me in all the other ways apart from the way I told them to. Right? You understand? So the world always wants to mimic me, but if they didn't do it in the specific way I asked them to, then it's no good. Okay? But everyone, you know, all those who hate me or even deny me, they're still mimicking me. They're still pretending. They're still attracted to my power. So there's always mimicry happening. But those people are going to be cut off. There's not going to be any. There's not going to be anything. You know, they're not going to be able to draw my power. They're not going to be able to play the stupid game with me any longer because they'll be cut off. And where they're going will be darkness, outer darkness. They will be in a very dark place. I mean, imagine turning on the television to watch, you know, the news or a TV program, or you were watching a YouTube videos and you found that, you know, you were watching it and then you had this feeling like the person you're listening to is watching you and they're spying on you and they're talking about you to you and mocking you. It's almost like the world had installed hidden cameras in your home and microphones and everyone was conspiring. It was like you were part of a, you know, like some sort of hoax game show, you know. You know, those, you see programs like Punk'd, is it Punk'd? Or, you know, stuff like that where people get set up by TV shows, right? You know, like someone will come and you know, they'll send someone in to try and mess with their head, right? And just be like, oh no, it's just a TV show, or it's, you know, it's just a YouTube video, right? Except it's not that. You know, imagine that's how you, you know, imagine Imagine, you're watching a video and, you had the feeling like the person who's talking to you through the camera literally has a camera in your house and a microphone that they're listening to you on, and they're trying to mess with your head. Imagine that was the situation you were in. Well, that's what I'm in all the time. That's my life. That's how I live all the time. That's the world, because the world reflects me. That's what it looks like. That's magic and demon stuff. Okay? It's like being in, you've seen the film, probably seen the film It, with the Pennywise, the clown. Yeah? Imagine you were living in a world full of Pennywise clowns. Yeah. Something like that, right? Trying to drive you completely insane. Well, that's basically what my life is like, in a sense. It's similar to that. I mean, that should give you some kind of idea of what my life kind of looks like. Obviously, I've gotten used to it. I've gotten used to, I used to find it, back when I first started seeing it, it was scary. It was terrifying. I was absolutely terrified. But now it's like, well, I know who I am. I know my power. I know there's nothing for me to be worried about at all. It's the other way around. It's the world trying to put its fear on me. It's the world that's scared of me. That's what it is. It's very easy for someone to say, yeah, but no one's scared of you. Well, like no one even knows you. It's like, well, yeah, but we're talking about spirit, demons, and magic here. Where your words come from, where your thoughts come from. See, people think their thoughts and their words originate in their brain, but they don't actually know where it really comes from. People don't know the reality that they're living in. They don't understand it properly. I've seen some things and heard things. I've seen things that when I've gone back to try to find that thing again, it's like it vanished out of thin air. I've noticed that a couple of times. Not recently, but maybe 3 or 4 years ago, right? 5 years ago, 6 years ago, where I remembered something specifically, and then when I came back to look for that thing, it was like it never existed. I was like, what the fuck? What happened? That is really strange. Yeah, not quite sure what that was about. Very trippy. It's like, did I imagine it was there? Or was I looking into, did I, it was some kind of weird magic that was happening. I still wonder about that a little bit. I've seen some very crazy things. I mean, how all of that works. You know, I mean, I know what I saw, I know what I've experienced, you know, what it looked like with my eyes, how I can describe it, but at the same time, it's like, well, how does that really work? Like, how does, you know, how did that thing that I saw and I experienced, what is the, you know, what are the, is there some kind of, you know, what is it that caused that thing? Like, you know, there are some things that, last thing, you know, yeah, you know, well, experiences. The more experience you have with something, the more you can understand it. But, you know, in this lifetime that I've had, I've only, you know, I can only draw on the experiences that I've had, right? I can only, you know, I can only think about it as much as I can. I mean, obviously I'll figure more things out in the future, but wow, I've seen some crazy stuff. You know, I have questioned my sanity many times. I know I'm sane. Even though I'm in. Yeah. I'm indoors. So does that make me insane? Yeah. I know what I've seen. I've had very powerful visions. I've had, you know, I don't normally dream. I don't normally have vivid dreams. But when I see things very vividly, like, it's unmistakable. It's like, yeah. It's very rare that I have a vivid dream, but sometimes I get very powerful visions, and I see, you know, I've seen things that, you know, I've seen things I know I've seen that are really there. And I know I've seen things that are visions that have been put into my eyes and into my head. There are different ways of seeing things. You know, it's not just one or the other. There's a variety of ways you can see things. You know, if you're getting attacked by demons with magic, they can do it, and there are various different ways they can accomplish that. Whether it's messing with your eyeballs or messing with what's in your head, in your dreams, perhaps, maybe. But I've seen a variety of things, and how to explain every single thing? Well, you know, it's something I think about a lot, actually. But unfortunately, I don't have. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I can't explain everything. I mean, do you know what I mean? It's like, just because I'm God doesn't mean I can tell you how a rocket, do you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't teach you about rocket science or whatever it is, or, you know, like, I couldn't tell you how, you know, biology. I couldn't tell you every little thing about biology. I couldn't tell you all those things because I don't know. I am the truth. I tell the truth as I know it. The way the words come out of my mouth as well is, it's a magic thing. I am, yeah. Magic's a complicated thing, and, trying to explain to you flying demons and how that all works. How the fuck am I supposed to explain that? Do you know what I mean? In English. To a bunch of people who couldn't care less. I mean, come on. Interesting though, isn't it? It's an interesting thought. I know I'm going on a bit here, but... Oh... I started talking and I didn't want to stop, obviously. I mean, I don't talk to anybody usually, so... Nobody who wants to talk to me. There's nobody who wants to listen usually, so... Yeah. So, what's going to happen? So, Donald Trump's being inaugurated tomorrow, Monday, apparently. It's happening indoors for some reason. That doesn't happen very often. Anyways, Donald Trump is a criminal, a liar, a sinner, a fraudster. Back in 2016, I actually had some hope for the guy. I actually thought, that was back then. That's almost 10 years ago. That's back when I had different views about people. I didn't like the world. I didn't like most people, but I still had some hope for some people. Now I don't have hope for anybody. I hope some people, yeah, but I can't think of anybody that I have any hope for. I couldn't give you a name, basically. That's how bad this is. It really is bad, very bad. See, the thing is, because I have my aunt is married to a man called Donald. And, I was around him a lot when I was growing up as a little kid. And, I've known him most of my life. You know what I mean? I visit him. I used to. I don't have any interest in knowing him anymore. But he's a fraudster. This is the thing. I'm God. I was born as a little baby boy. Came to this world in 1987. 14th of November 1987. And, my biological dad, well, he abandoned me. He forsook me. He fucking ran away. What a cunt. Why would he do that, do you think? Yeah. So, it's all about witchcraft. That's what it is. You know, why would my biological dad forsake me? Because he wants to think he's God. That's why. And it's the same with everybody else, pretty much, right? That's almost everybody. So I had all these people around me all trying to do that shit to me my entire life. Yeah. And Donald is a prime example of what not to do to me. So he has been basking in my spotlight, basically. I guess you could say. For a long time now. People worship Donald Trump. I mean, what does the word Trump mean? You know? I mean, Trump is basically like saying there's nothing higher, there's nothing better, there's nothing that beats Trump. Trump is the one that beats, it wins, right? You cannot beat the Trump. You cannot trump the Trump. Or whatever, you know. Isn't there someone, you know what I'm saying? And people say you can't barrage the Farage. Blah blah. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's the thing, you know, that is man elevating himself to God's, he's trying to elevate himself to God's status. Yeah? When a man says that his name, you know, how many guys are called Christopher? And how many women are called Christine or Christy or whatever, right? Think about it. I mean, think about it, you know, people, a man might be called Chris, or a woman might be called, you know, my aunt, her name's Christine, but she doesn't like being called Christine, she likes being called Chris. And what is it people celebrate? Christmas. It's not called Christmas, or Christmas, it's called Christmas, isn't it? Or Xmas. Yeah? Strange how that happens, isn't it? Very subtle. It's very subtle, isn't it? Very. Anyways, you know, I heard someone comment about, it was actually, you know, a leftist complaining about, you know, being a criminal and how hard it is to, you know, being like an ex-con or ex-criminal or something and trying to find a job. Because, you know, if you have a criminal record, getting a job is really difficult. Not that I would know. But, I mean, I've known people who've come out of jail and they've done fine work-wise, you know, but probably because, yeah, anyways. Obviously that's not the case for everyone who's been in prison. You know, obviously a lot of people do have problems getting a job after prison. But the fact is that, you know, why can Donald Trump, you know, go through all this stuff and he can be president, but the average person who might have some sort of criminal record, you know, their life's totally ruined. You know what I'm saying? And you know what's really interesting, because that's the thing, Donald's dad, my aunt's husband, Donald, Neil, his dad is called Joe. So obviously Joe Biden, right? Well, what was the deal with Joe Biden? Well, he has a son called Hunter Biden, right? A guy who likes to smoke crack, have prostitutes, and, you know, there's this huge scandal about his laptop. And my uncle, well, my aunt's husband, Donald, he's got a bit of a porn addiction. Yeah. Yeah, so Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, or Joe, my aunt's husband, Donald, his dad's called Joe. Yeah. See, they think they're better than me. They think I'm a nobody. They're demons. who have conspired with an evil world to try to steal my authority, my power. And they will pay a massive price for that. They will be publicly humiliated and shamed and punished and made examples of. I think they're, the reason they don't like me is because they think I'm not a man. They think I'm a wuss or a pussy boy or gay or something like that. That's their view of me. But the fact is that they were, that's the thing, my dad, my biological dad, he abandoned me. He forsook me. And then the next father type figure that I had around when I was a little boy was Donald. Because he was the dad to my two cousins, they're just as bad as their parents. Christine and Donald. Donald means ruler, by the way. Interesting that, isn't it? So a man called Donald marries a woman called Christine. And they both hate God. They both mock me, insult me, hate me. Even when they don't even know that I am good. They still mock me. How strange, huh? What a coincidence. The only thing they're interested in doing is trying to curse me and steal from me. It's going to end very badly for them. I'll make sure of that. I don't know what happened to my biological dad, actually. I couldn't even say he's still alive. He might be dead. He might be alive. Who knows? I think he's still alive, probably. Yeah. I'll be making an example of him as well. Now, I got pictures of when I was a tiny little baby, and he'd have the pentagram as a pendant on his necklace around his neck. I mean, I can see clearly from my baby photos that my dad was into witchcraft, and he abandoned me. Yeah, he did. Not only that, he was doing his Jesus lookalike impression as well, with his long hair and his long beard. He had a big beard. He's a tall, skinny guy. Big brown beard, long brown hair. Goes all the way down his back. He used to wear it in a ponytail. And he had an addiction to gambling on horses. Yeah. Charlie. That was his name, Charlie. People are obsessed with Charlie, aren't they? Snorting Charlie. Oh, let's not forget King Charles, who was born on the 14th of November. I was born on the 14th of November as well. Coincidences, huh? They're not coincidences. It's magic, is what it is. But if I point these things out to people, they just say, no, it's coincidence. And then I give them another 10 or 20 or 100 coincidences spread over lots of different videos. Where does it get? Nobody cares. That's the thing. Nobody cares. Like I said, people have to deny themselves first and put God first. that's when their eyes open. But they don't do that. So that never happens. So it seems inevitable to me that where things are headed are, I'm going to be a tyrannical ruler, basically, because that's my justice. And basically, almost nobody will, well, no, yeah, it's going to be very, very bad. Yeah. For everybody else. Those who love me will be looked after, blessed. It's looking very bad for the world. Don't you think it's crazy? So, Israel, you know, there's people who live in the land of Israel, you know, there's people who call themselves Jews. They're not Jews. You know, anyone can call himself a Jew and just say, hey, I'm a Jew. I'm God's chosen people. Blah, 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 blah. Very easy to do that, especially over the course of thousands of years, and try to get away with it. But the fact is that, you know, their argument for being in the land of Israel or Palestine or whatever you want to call it, you know, what happened there? You know, they've returned to the land after thousands of years to claim that it was their God-given right to take it. Why weren't they cast out of there? You know, wasn't that that ended a long time ago? And wasn't it meant to stay that way? When did God say, oh, you shall go back to that land? When was that ever said? And used, you know, forced to take it. You know, where was that written? I mean, it's easy to twist words. It's easy to twist things and say, oh, no, yeah, we saw it here, we saw it there, yeah, something like that, yeah. We're justified in doing what we want to do. We're God's chosen people. We'll do what we want. It's easy to do that. It's easy to do that. With an evil world that wants to conspire. You know, and the evil world wants what the evil wants. Yeah. Demons working together. Yeah, with a common goal in mind. But obviously not all of them work together, I suppose, because they fight each other as well, don't they? Let's be honest. I mean, that's the thing, you know, that's the thing, demons, they love themselves. They want to put themselves first. They want to be at the top. Okay? They don't love each other. They love themselves. If they really loved each other, they'd love me. If people really loved each other, they'd love me first. Because I'm God. I'm the one who created them. And I'm the one who created those they love. But they don't love them, do they? Strange how that works. Well, you know, it's an interesting thing to think about, though, isn't it? I mean, people who don't love me don't actually really have love in their hearts. They might think they do, but they don't. You know, to me that's fake love. It's pretend love at most. There's nothing real about it. You know, you can't love how can you you can't pick and choose who you love. Do you know what I mean? You can't just cherry pick someone and say, oh, that's love. You know, how can you do that, really? You can't, like, love is, you know, if someone is deserving of your love, they're deserving of your love. If they're not deserving of your love, they're not deserving of your love. Alright, I'm God. I am deserving of your love. You know, it's easy to argue against that. It's easy for anyone to make accusations against me and say, yeah, but this, or yeah, but that, blah, blah, blah. Why do you want this? Why do you want that? Why do you expect this? Why do you expect that? It's easy to do that. It's easy. But love is hard work. Love is, you know, there's suffering involved. You know, you need to care. You need to have attention. You need to actually you know, love. You know, that's the thing. You know, people were supposed to search for me, hear me, listen to me, pay attention to me, hear what I have to say, you know, read what I say, listen to me, build a relationship with me. But most people refuse that. So it is what it is. Sorry, I got to blow my trumpet. Oh, excusez-moi. Blue sky. The winds are blowing. You know what thane means? Thane means king. Methane. And why would people call methane methane, do you think? Strange, huh? Anyways, I'm not trying to embarrass myself here, but it's been a long video. I still gotta upload it as well. What more can I say, really? Like, share, subscribe for more videos. And click the bell notification to get instantly notified of when my next video uploads. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you get the point. Hopefully. I leave the comments section open on my videos now. There was a time I closed them all, but I leave them open now. in case anyone wants to comment, but I've only been disappointed with all the comments I've read. I think the last one that was commented was, yeah, I read it and I thought, yeah, but you still don't understand that I'm God. You still don't get it. I'm God. I'm not one of these people who are about Christ consciousness. You know, I'm not one of these people who think, oh yeah, we're all God. Yeah, we're all God. No. No. Now I said to the Israelites, I said, hasn't it been said, ye are all gods? You know, some people take that meaning as that means that God was saying to the Israelite that they are actually gods, that they're, you know, that they're like God, you know, they have power like God. No, that's not what I said. It's an interesting thing I said, isn't it? Because if you belong to God, then you are gods. You know, God''. You know, you belong with God. Do you understand? I'm God. People are obsessed with my power. That's the problem. People are obsessed with wanting to be me. I mean, think about it. You know, you think about all the religion that have multiple gods. So, you know, what's that about? Who are we talking about when we say the word gods? Which one is it? Is it plural gods, or is it God'', as in belonging to God? Or are we talking, you know, God is, or, you know, that's the thing, right? I mean, Elohim means gods, yeah. And in the book of Genesis, you know, I'm God. I've been quoted as saying we, you know, as if there's a plural number of gods. But, you know, it all has to do with magic. I'm the only God. I am God. There is no other God apart from me. I made that clear many times. You know, you can go read that in the book of Exodus. I read it earlier. You know, it's part of the 10 Commandments. You understand? I think it's the second, isn't it the second? Anyway, I think it is the second commandment. Anyways, you know, people have such high expectations of me, don't they? They expect me to just know everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, you know, people, what do I have to do to prove that I'm good? Do you know what I mean? Like, how many hoops do you need me to jump through? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not supposed to ask me to do that. You know, I've provided what I've provided. It is what it is. You know, people either believe it or not. You know, people who try to test me, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I show what I show. I say what I say. I give the signs that I give. If people don't like them, I mean, I've shown so many things to people. I've tried to demonstrate who I am. I've tried to show people who I am. I tried to explain who I am so many times now. It's never enough for people. Strange how that works. Huh? You know, how long is it going to be to someone who says to me, hey then, turn water into wine, or walk on water, or feed us with fish and loaves, or something, right? Or bring this person back from the dead, or whatever. You know, actually, it'd be kind of cool if I could do that, but I don't know how. I don't know how. You know, it's also been, you know, a difficult thing for me to get my head around as well. It's like, well, how did I do all that? I don't know. I don't know. But things were different back then. Things were very different. It was a very different world back then with different magic going on. So, and I obviously had a very specific thing to do back then. And this time I have a very different thing to do. And most of what I'm doing now is destruction. Justice. Justice is what this is about. You know, it's about destroying my enemies in one way or another, until people learn their lesson, and until I've defeated my enemies, basically. You understand? That's how it is this time. I'm not here to put on a circus show for anybody, really. You know, I'm here to assert myself, and show my power and authority. That's what I'm doing. But you know, like, you know, that's the thing, you know, when 50,000 people a day, you know, 50,000 people die in a day, well, nobody cares. You know, I told them, like, hey, that's because of me. I'm gone. You people are really pissing me off. You know, and explaining how I'm connected to these things. You know, that's one example. One example. Okay? So, but this is the thing, you know, this is a gradual thing. It's a gradual thing. People are given, you know, these things are going to keep happening until people start, you know, and it will get worse, you know. I'm getting more powerful, you know, I'm winning the battle, bit by bit by bit. And slowly, the world is, certain things are changing. So, you know, it's a gradual process, which I hope is near the end. Because it, you know, really, all I need is one person to bear witness to me. All I need is one person to testify who I am. And more people will pay attention. You know, that one person could maybe convince 1 or 2 people. And those 2 people might convince another 4 people. And that's how it happens. Because for me to get through to one person is very, very difficult. You know, like I said, you know, if I bear witness of myself, no one wants to know. But, you know, if there is a person that's meant to bear witness and testify about me, well, they will. Because they were chosen for that. If that happens. I don't know. I hope so. But I don't know. I couldn't say. And obviously that's the way it's meant to be. Otherwise I would know. So, things are the way that's meant to be. Well, by the time I've uploaded this video, it'll be about the same time some people might be in church. How interesting. I haven't been inside a church for a long time. just don't really feel like praying to myself, if I'm being honest, or singing about myself, when I have so much witchcraft and, do you know what I mean? And also, I think the idea of going to a church and being rejected by people who say they accept me, wow, that's a real, that's a real kick to the balls. It really is. There's only so much I can take. Well, you know what I mean? There's only so much I want to do. You know what I mean? I don't really want to add any, you know what I mean? Like, people were told to follow things a certain way, okay? If I tell them, my crazy life story and what I do on a daily basis, and, I'm swearing every 10 minutes or whatever it is, right? They're not going to have a very good opinion of me, probably. I am God, though. I was Jesus. Times are different. Things are different. My situation is different. I'm here for glory. I'm here for justice. How everything will unfold in the future, I couldn't exactly say how it's going to look, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was never really a church that I ever, back when I first started reading the Bible, I used to wonder, like, which church should I go to? I could never decide. I mean, definitely not the Roman Catholic Church. No. That one's definitely off the list. Mary's evil. The fact that the world worships her, well, that's the thing. She is the world. Well, that's the thing. She is of the world. Okay, she is, yeah. She's, the fact that the world has been worshipping her the way that they have is indicative of who she is. Okay? It's a reflection thing. And people were told what they were told, but they didn't listen, did they? They did something very dumb. They wanted to make it about her rather than about me, didn't they? Like, why are they so afraid of, some people say that they feel more comfortable praying to Mary rather than God. Like, what's that about? What's that really about? I mean, it's easy to say that. Do you know what I mean? But, do you know what I mean? Very bad. What does that really say about them? A lot of guys would call me a softie. They would. Plenty of guys have. I don't particularly like arguing with people. I'm quite a forgiving guy. I always, I have been in my life. I don't, I try to understand people as best as I can. In this lifetime, yeah. And obviously I was Jesus. Like, why are people afraid? I don't buy into that excuse of people would rather pray to Mary because they're afraid of talking to me. You know what I'm saying? It's because they're of the world. Plain and simple. I mean, everyone, will be judged individually, of course, but, I'm generalizing a little bit here, okay? I mean, there are exceptional circumstances, right? They're always there, of course. But that's how it always goes, isn't it? But if I went into a church and I said to whatever they're called, a priest or a pastor or a bishop or whoever, right? And I said, hey, I'm good. How do you think that conversation's gonna go? I'm gonna start like, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then I could say, yeah, but I've been trying to demonstrate how destructive and powerful I am. Like, check out my social media. You remember that thing that happened in Turkey? Yeah, because I'm God. I'm here to destroy those people. Yeah, how does that conversation go? Exactly. With a lot of confusion at best, probably. I haven't had time. I haven't had time to go do that. I don't know where to go. How many of these so-called priests and pastors and bishops can I really trust anyway? You know what I mean? Like, which one? How many of them are just snakes? How many of them, well, I say the word just. Do you know what I'm saying? But they're not just, I'm saying, how many of these people are snakes? How many are fraudsters? Quite a lot, I would say. So that's one of the reasons, There are many reasons why I never went to a church. But that's the thing, like, if you know who God is, you know the truth, and you share that with others, then you formed a church, basically. Because you're doing what you're supposed to do with other people, right? It doesn't have to be in a building that people call a church. People always used to say, like, why would Jesus pray to himself then if he's good? Well, I was making an example. I was showing an example to follow. Well, there's that saying, isn't it? People say, well, do as I say, not as I do. Well, technically, I did. I wanted to show the example to people how to do it. So I did it, so people would know exactly how to do it, so they could say that they were doing what I was doing, basically. Yeah. And because magic, it's magic. It's the fact that I'm so powerful. It's my magic power. and my blessings. See, when people, that's why everyone's trying to mimic me, because, you know, I asked them to mimic. I said to people, mimic me in the, well, I said, be of my spirit. Okay? Love like I love, forgive like I forgive, right? You know, I said to people, I said, you know, if you can't forgive others, then how am I going to forgive you? You know what I'm saying? So if you are incapable of forgiving other people, then how am I supposed to forgive you? Because if you're not forgiving other people, then technically you're not of my spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you be of my spirit if you're not of my spirit? You know, think of it that way. I've been through a lot of pain and suffering for people. You know, I suppose I had an expectation of people to, you know, experience my pain and my grief and my suffering. You know, I had an expectation that if people really loved me, well, they'd understand that what I'm suffering for them. So, you know, I'm suffering. I'm going through a lot of pain to save people. And so I had an expectation that people, you know, follow me in those footsteps. Because if they don't, well, it kind of shows that they don't really care. You know, they're not prepared to make those sacrifices. Which means they don't really appreciate what it is that I've done. So, I mean, you know, people, I ask people to do what they can do. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, you're expected to push yourself to do what you can. You know, you're supposed to, you know, if you really love, then you really do love. If you don't, you don't. So, yeah, hopefully you get the point. It's very easy to say, you know, it's very easy for people to pretend. It's very easy for people to, you know, join a church and say they're, you know, that God loves them and they've done all sorts of great things and blah, 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 you know, while they sit there and think highly of themselves. Very easy to do that. And people love to do that. There are people who love to do that. Narcissists, you know, people would call them narcissists or spiritual narcissists. But there are evil people who, you know, they're looking for my power. Is what they're looking for. They're looking for my blessings. You know, they're basically just witches looking for manifestation power, basically. You know, that doesn't make them of my spirit at all. You know, you know, I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, like, you know, if you're like a group of people, right, and one person does all the heavy lifting and all the hard work while everyone else enjoys the fruits of of that labor, you know, while they, you know, slouch about and don't do anything, they're just like, yeah, that's great, thanks. You know, while they sit there and just drink beer and eat pizza or whatever, you know what I mean? You know, think of examples, right? I mean, you know, as an example, think of a woman who, you know, she has like, you know, 3 teenage children, and all they want to do is play computer games or go out with their friends, while the mother, you know, she has to juggle having 2 jobs, or, you know, she's got tons of housework to do, and her children just don't care about her, you know, how much stress she has to go through to keep the house, you know, or whatever it is, right? You know, like, you know, they should feel some kind of way, like, you know, like maybe guilty for the fact that they're enjoying, you know, do you know what I'm saying? Like, there should be, where's the gratitude? Where's the love? Do you know what I'm saying? It's an analogy, okay, to help you understand what I'm saying. You know, I did what I did, so if people really love me, you know, they should feel some kind of way about that. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's so bad because so few people do. You know, I'm treated like a nobody when I did all this stuff for people. I mean, imagine, you know, it was Christmas time, right? And, you know, the person who organized everything, decorated the house, bought all the presents, and they got treated like they were not even there. Like they, you know, like they weren't even welcome at their own, you know, the thing that they organized. They're not welcome. Like, you couldn't care if they were there or not. In fact, you would wish they would go away. But you'll take all the nice stuff that they left for you. Well, that's what my life is like. That's my experience. That's what it really is to be me, God. So when people suffer like I've suffered, it becomes their blessing as well. Because they are, you know, when people suffer like I've suffered, then they become aligned with my spirit. And so we're sort of on the same frequency, let's say, right? Yeah, as a metaphor, I guess. But that's the thing. You know, I ask people to be in my spirit so that they could be blessed. And suffering is a part of it. You know, it's a bumpy road, but you get there in the end. You know, that's what it's like. You know, it's not the easiest path to travel, but it's the most rewarding path. You know, when you lose everything, you realize what's important. When you suffer, you realize what's important. You realize who your true friends are. You realize who you can trust and who you can't trust. You know, life is an opportunity to learn, but people choose not to. People prefer not to. Really, they prefer to, well, they learn things that are, you know, they're interested in other things. Things that don't really matter. You know how people say stuff like, especially people on the right. You know, I'm talking about politics here, right? So people who are on the right, you know, they like to say things about leftists and say, oh, they all look a certain way, or, you know, they always look like they've got a hormone deficiency or whatever it is. I mean, the fact is that I've got, you know, I obviously had a testosterone deficiency, or do, right? Whatever. But the fact is that I grew up the way I grew up, and the world mimics me. So the world, that's the thing. Why do you think there are so many young people? Well, people try to explain it in all kinds of ways. They think it's, you know, it's something they put in the water, or it's the diet, or it's the lifestyle, or whatever it is. But ultimately, you know, while some of those things might actually be true, the real thing is that people mimic my energy. It's magic. That's why there's so many young-faced adults these days. It's because of me. I'm the reason for it. You understand? It's because of magic. You know, the thing is that, you know, there are people out there, they think, you know, they go to the gym, they, you know, they have lots of sex and got lots of money or whatever it is, lots of friends, you know, they value that. They don't value me, God. I mean, so what if I, you know what I mean? Like, if I look the way I look, so what? What's that got to do with my spirit? Nothing. So what's changed then? You know? Like, my spirit is my spirit. Who I am is who I am. And who I was is who I was. I was Jesus. And I'm still God. I'm still Jesus, basically. I mean, you know, a person can change, can't they? Yeah, they can. People do change. I'm God, I can change as well. But people have to be careful what kind of assumptions they make about me. Because, you know, I might be angry and I want my justice in a certain way. But who does it really make me, you know? You know, people are going to try to label me as some kind of monster. Well, yeah, well, I probably will be a monster to them. Yeah. Because that's what they deserve. Plain and simple. Okay? But those who deserve my love will get my love. When exactly, I don't know, but yeah. I'm still waiting. Anyways. You know, the question people really need to, like, people should have asked themselves ages ago, you know, look at the world, look what's happening to it. You cannot say things are going in a good direction. Everything is getting ruined, destroyed. Things are changing for the worse. So, at the end of it all, what really matters? People will fool themselves and tell themselves everything's going to be alright. Because they don't want to ask themselves that question. What happens? They don't want to really know. I mean, people want to prep, you know, they want to store up food and get guns and whatever, right? Especially the Americans, right? You know, they want to be prepared for, you know, for all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I've sometimes thought about, you know, stockpiling I've stockpiled some foods, you know, in some situations, but not really that much. But ultimately, I mean, yeah, I don't worry about that stuff anymore. I really don't. I'll deal with it when I deal with it, you know. I don't worry about that kind of stuff. You know, if I think there's a particular reason to choose something like that, then I might do it, but am I that worried? People worry about, you know, I'm like, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, if everything gets really bad, and, you know, people run out of food, or, you know, and people think they can stockpile it and hide in their house or whatever, I mean, yeah, good luck. Yeah, I mean, what kind of life is that going to be, do you think? And that's the thing, right? You know, I don't depend on people ever anymore. I don't talk to anybody, so who would I depend on exactly? I accept what will happen. I accept that if things go bad, they go bad. You know, that's how it is. I don't worry about, you know, what happened. You know what I mean? Like, why bother? What's the point? I'm gone. Fearing is definitely, why fear? Why? What's the point? Doesn't make any sense. For me, definitely. But you know, I mean, what does the world have to offer me? Well, nothing really. I live in a world I don't really want to live in. So, there you go. But you know, all this stuff, you know, people think that everything will be alright, or, you know, or they can do all these things and, you know, try to survive or whatever, but, you know, people just need to just stop worrying about that and worry about God, worry about me. I'm what people should be worried about. I'm God. You know, I'm the source of all blessings. So, you know, if you want things to go well, I'm the guy you want to talk to. Yeah. Flippin' heck. But it's the thing, the world will get worse until I'm satisfied. Basically. Yeah. That's putting it simply. So, you know, people have to understand that's the situation. You know, people, the Israelites, I told them, I said, look, stop trying to store up food for yourself. You need to have faith in me, that I will look after you. I'm God. You know, I won't let you die of thirst or die of starvation. You know, just trust me. Trust me. You know, people were told, you know, give up all your worldly possessions, you know, and follow me. You know, and that's the thing, you know, that's faith. You know, that's trusting God to look after you. Even though, you know, it can be difficult, but you get through it. I remember when I had to live in a car. I was homeless. I was homeless for 2 weeks. I slept in my car. Had very swollen legs by the end of it. I got through it. You know, it was cold weather. It was freezing outside as well. I was in my old car. Oh, well, yeah, it was, yeah. Anyway, that was a couple of years ago. It was about 5 years ago, probably. Almost, something like that. But the fact is that, you know, people are afraid, aren't they? They don't trust me enough to bless them. They don't trust me enough. You know, it's kind of like, you know, and you think about all those things, you know, people do skydiving or bungee jumping or whatever it is, you know. Something they're hesitant to do, fearful of doing, but ultimately they know they'll be okay. But, you know, people don't really, they don't understand that they're afraid to make that jump. But you don't need to be. Like, people don't trust me enough. That's the problem. Anyways, I should probably go. I'm so tired. Well, tell you what, being lonely can be very tiring and stressful. But I've learned a lot, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people they find it hard to accept that their ways are evil, and that the people that they think they love, the people that they know, are evil as well. They don't like, they can't, but that's the truth. The world is evil, and that is basically everybody you know. Everyone you know is evil. That's truth. See, from your perspective, you see people like, you just see a person that goes to work or goes to, hangs out with their friends, and they're trying to be a good person, or but you don't see what I see. You don't see that, I see people who think they're me. I see people who mimic me, my thoughts, my ideas. They dress themselves in clothes that have magic brand names, and these people people worship false idols. They worship people and things like they are God, and they don't see any harm in it. They think it's harmless, or they think it's not. They don't think it's a problem, but it is a problem. I said you should have no other gods before me. Well, I said put me first. So if people are putting me first, that is the most important thing. That's the thing. If you look at the world through the lens of, that's the thing, movies, music, computer games, it all reflects me in different ways. Because that's the thing, everything reflects me. I'm God. The creation that I created glorifies me, even when it's trying not to glorify me. It's got my signature all over it, everything. Because everyone, people create art to steal my power, but in order to steal my power, they have to create some kind of representation of me. It has to be something that connects with me in some way. So, whilst it's not how I would like to be worshipped, it's still, in a sense, it is kind of worshipping me. It's worshipping me in an indirect way, because I mean, okay, let me give an example, right? So you've seen, well, there's the film Fight Club, you know, have you seen that? With Edward Norton and Brad Pitt, you know, when he, you know, the scene where he says, he talks to Tyler and he's like, we're the same person. And he's like, it's like, I'm free in all the ways that you are not. You know, I fuck like you want to fuck. I do what I want to do. All this kind of stuff, right? Well, that's basically, you know, that is, I'm God. My glory is, I get to do it. I get to do what I want to do. That's my justice. It's my revenge. You know, and you know, everyone, all these people who think they're me, you know, the story can be looked at in different ways, but ultimately, Edward Norton, you know, obviously, you know, I'm the guy, I'm God, and people want to be me. They wish they were me. They think they're me, but they're not actually me. Obviously, you know, my sex life is, well, it's basically non-existent. Basically, except for ghosts. That's a long story. Let's not talk about that. But but the fact is I'm God, right? And my glory is going to look a particular way. Okay, you know, that's an example. So you know, it reflects my story in a way, but it's not exactly my story. Do you understand? Because what it's trying to do is it's trying to take part of my story and mix it with other elements, with other things, with other people's names, with other characters, and twist it round or whatever way it wants to do it. It's witchcraft against me. But ultimately, it's more my story than anybody else's. It has more to do with me than anybody else. Because I'm God. Okay? So, you know, all these different stories out there, they talk about me in some way, in some kind of way, or they're talking about people I've known, or, you know, it could be talking about Mary in the world, or, you know, my biological family, people I've associated with. You know, it can have all kinds of mixtures in there, right? You know, things like RoboCop, you know, or Terminator 2, you know, Terminator, you know, Spider-Man, you know, I'm always on the internet, you know, stuff like that. You know, that's the thing. I am God. I'm basically the superhero. You know, I am the one with the power. I mean, you might not be able to observe. You know, you may find it difficult to observe my power. I do my best to show it through social media, my Facebook and X page. I've been doing that for a long time. But this is the thing I'm saying, right? The world reflects me, because by reflecting me, that is how it tries to steal my power. So what I'm saying is that the creation, it glorifies me in a type of way, you know, in a twisted way. Okay, it speaks of me. You know, there's a quote in the verse. When I was Jesus, I said, if no one bears witness to me, the rocks or the stones, the rocks and the mountains or stones, right? The earth will speak of me. Because the earth is the world, and the world wants my power, and so it has to reflect me in order to obtain my power. And so it speaks of me. Yeah, so there you go. Strange though, we're living in a time when other people, people who call themselves manifestors, and they talk about the world being a mirror. There are quite a lot of people out there who think the world is their mirror. Strangely enough, right? I didn't actually know that before it happened to me. So I wasn't into all that kind of bullshit before I. I mean, when I found out I was when all the crazy stuff started happening to me, I didn't do things like tarot or wasn't into New Age spiritualism or any of that shit. Okay, I wasn't doing any of that. Reflections are a result of manifesting power, because if you are a witch who's acquired a certain amount of my power, then chances are you might actually see a reflection of yourself, perhaps. I mean, this is why people people I've spent time with in my life, people who I've been around, their reflections are seen in the world as well. Like I said, that's one of the reasons I know who I am. Because I see people who I've lived with and been friends with or had relationships with. I see their reflections. I see their doppelgangers, etc. So, but the only reason those people ever got close to me is because they're demons who want my power. So, they're witches, they're evil demons trying to absorb my power. You see, if they get close enough to me and do enough spell work, look, I was hung on a cross, yeah? I used to hang out with people, right? I used to hang out with all kinds of people, Just by hanging out with them, they're absorbing my power. This is why I don't spend any time around anybody. Because if I'm not hanging out with anybody, well, they can't draw, that prevents them from drawing on that power. Do you understand? They can't pretend that they were the hangman who was hung on the cross. Because I won't hang out with them. Do you understand? So, that's why I don't, this is why, like I read you the story from the book of Exodus, people need to stay away from me. Don't try to force your way towards me, because bad things will happen. People have to approach me in a certain way. People have to love me first, right? People have to consecrate themselves, right? You understand? People have to, be careful how they approach me, okay? So, I mean, that's the thing, people in the future, people who I actually spend time with, will be blessed just by being in my presence. That's what I am. I am, people who are near me will benefit from being in close proximity to me. Because that's how it works. That's why I keep my distance from people. I have to. Because if they don't actually love me, then they're a demon trying to absorb my power. And I have to prevent that from happening as much as possible. I mean, obviously I can't completely stop it from, well, I can't. Well, it's going that way, but, obviously I have to do some interactions with the world. I can't, I still have things I have to do in a certain way. I mean, you think about all these, like gangster rap music videos and stuff like that, guys partying with a bunch of hoes and smoking weed and getting drunk and partying in mansions and sitting, on massive yachts and whatever, right? Driving flash cars and all that kind of stuff. People worship that. But that's my story, in a sense. I mean, that's, it's like I said, it's a reflection of me. It's what I'm supposed to be. It's where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be living that life. Because that's my justice, right? But they are, so that's the thing, like the creation, it speaks of me. It kind of glorifies me in an indirect way. Because it's all about my power. It's all about my power. But the fact is, the world doesn't want me to have it. They want others to have it, or they want it for themselves. So, obviously, yeah. Hopefully I've explained that well enough. Anyways, it's been a very long video, so I think I'll leave it there. But perhaps I'll say, like I said about, I was Jesus. I asked people to love me and love one another. I gave people a path to follow. Okay? If they can't, yeah. So I gave people, I did what I did. Okay? Adam and Eve sinned against me. Tried to dethrone me. Tried to take what belonged to me. Okay? They went against me. They decided to fight me for my authority and power. Okay? The serpent said to Eve, said ye will be like gods. If you want to be like God, well, eat the fruit. Yeah. So, I created man. I didn't create man with the idea of him trying to replace me. I'm God, I do that job, right? That's me. That's just it's who I am. Okay? I'm the creator of everything. It's of my, that's the thing. Even people who make content, they make, music videos or films or whatever, right? I mean, it's, it's my energy, right? It's my energy. I'm God, right? These are people trying to steal my power. But who do they give credit to? Do you know what I mean? Like, you think how many times in the Bible, you're a Christian, people were said, give credit to God, right? Give credit to me, because, and, that might be quite hard for people to understand. People could probably, like, don't really understand why, if they create something, then why should God get the credit for it? But the fact is that my power is my power, okay? And my power is, you know, you can't try to steal my power. You can't try to steal my power like that and not, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, people want to make a movie about me and then give me no credit for it and not even mention me. Like, and they'll have a thing at the end of the film. Any coincidence to, you know, real people who, you know, that's just a coincidence, you know. It's a fictitious film, blah 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 blah. It's got nothing to do with anybody. Blah 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 blah. You know, where it says, you know, it says at the end of the film, it's like any characters or stories in this film are, you know, it's purely coincidental if it's actually, you know, like anyone's life. So don't, you know, even try to claim that's got anything to do with you. Bye. You know what I'm saying? But you know, these are people who are mimicking me and trying to put some of my story in their stories and then mixing it. I mean, that's the thing, right? You know, in the music industry, like, you know, if someone copies a part of someone else's music, you know, maybe it's, you know, a certain melody or a certain, you know, sound clip or whatever, right? And they try to put it in their own song, then, you know, they have to pay royalty on that or whatever, right? They've got to pay, you know, they have to say that they've taken it from another artist. But I'm God, right? And so people are taking my story and my things and whatever, and they're trying to put it in their products, in their art, so-called art, right? Their whatever, right? And then they're putting their names on it and they're putting their labels on it. And where does the credit go? Well, they don't want to give me credit for it. You know, perhaps that's beyond the average person's understanding. But the fact is I'm the source of all power. So I've explained it to you now, okay? You know, where do your thoughts come from? Well, I'm God. So they all come from me, basically. Yeah, well, they all come from me in one way or another. Either it's my spirit or you're mimicking me in some other way. If it's not my spirit, then it's another part of me. Okay? And the fact is, most films out there, you know, they're copying part. They're trying to take part of my story and they're mocking me and insulting me and doing witchcraft against me. That's what it all is. Basically, most of it out there is that's what it amounts to. Okay, and yeah, yeah. I mean, the other thing is, you know, like, you know, people watch that film, The Passion of the Christ, right, with Jim Caviezel, whatever his name is, right, Caviezel. You know, he played me on the, you know, and he died on the cross. Well, in the film, yeah. You know, they I think he said they got struck by lightning. He said they got struck by lightning or something like that, or it was, he suffered from electric shocks. I don't know what it was. Right, there was some story about that, but, and that's the thing, you know, he plays Jesus. He played me in one film, but in another film, he's a serial killer. You know, go watch that film Deja Vu. Yeah, he's a serial killer. So, you know, and that's where the magic is. It's like, well, now you've turned Jesus into a serial killer. You get the point? Like, if you're going to have someone, you know, that's the thing. If someone's going to actually play me, then they better be someone who loves me and that I love. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, someone who's actually of my spirit, not someone who is pretending to be of my spirit because they like money. You understand? They've mixed what is my spirit with the spirit of a serial killer. You understand? Like, that's the problem. It's witchcraft against me. You know? Do you understand? It's very problematic for me. And not to mention, well, you know, the most favorite Bible in the entire world is the King James Bible. Jim is a way of saying James, isn't it? Now, why would they pick a guy called Jim to play Jesus, do you think? Why would they do that? There's some more witchcraft for you. You know, why are people so obsessed with the King James Bible? There's no reason to be so obsessed with it. You know, the ESV or the NIV, they're fine as well. Now, you know, I prefer the NIV. I like the NIV personally. I don't have any personal issues with it. You know, people say they got missing verses and stuff. It's like, well, actually they're there. They put them in the notes, so you can still read it. It's like, you know what I mean? They just make a note of saying, well, it might be relevant or it might not be. You know, it gives you the option to actually be like, well, okay, it's one or the other. You know what I mean? You know, they at least they tell you, you know, where it came from and, you know, why, you know, you might want to include it or not. You know what I mean? Like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? You know, people have strange obsessions with the King James Bible for the reason it's because of demon magic stuff. Okay, it's a stupid obsession to have. It is a stupid obsession to have. I mean, I don't have any real issue with reading it, but at the same time, you know, it's being weaponized against me. That's the problem. Okay, it's being weaponized against me. So, you know, don't listen to that. Okay, don't listen to what people have to say about King James onlyism. Okay. You know, while everyone worships James Bond, and do you know how many Jameses I've known? I went to boarding school. I used to have, there were three Jameses that I used to live in a house with. I used to know 3 guys called James that I used to live, you know, most of the year. You know, I went to boarding school for 3 years. Okay, and there were 3 Jameses. And I've known other Jameses as well. Okay. I'm very sick of that name. Okay. I'm not happy about, you know, when I hear the name James, I ain't happy. You know, like, it pisses me off. Okay? I'm a little tired of hearing it. Oof. It's a long video. When you think how many, you know, rappers or rock stars or whatever, right, you know, they like to wear crucifixes. You know, how many people wear crucifixes? They don't love me. They don't love God. They have nothing to do with me. They wear it as a fashion accessory. You know, it's a crucifix on a chain. Yeah. I mean, you think about it, you know, it talks about in the book of Revelation, it talks about an angel was given a great chain to bind, you know, the dragon in, right? doesn't it? Something like that. But you know, there's the chaining, right? There's the chaining. You know, oh, I'm a chain smoker, by the way. Oh yeah. Yeah, being bound in chains isn't really a fun thing. You know, and I've seen, there was that bishop. What is he? He's that. I think he's from Assyria. Assyrian. He's the guy he got attacked. A guy, like, I think he stabbed him in the eye or something. You know, and he always has a crucifix in his hand. He's always holding it like this, and he's like, Jesus, my love, and stuff like that, right? And he keeps, and I mean, there's no, you know, it's just a plain crucifix, so, you know, it's like this, and he's like, Jesus, Jesus, and he's calling the crucifix Jesus. His little crucifix he's got in his hand, he's like, that's Jesus. Basically, that's what he's saying again and again and again and again. So it gets a bit annoying. It's like, no, that's what I was crucified on. That's not me. That's just part of my story. Yeah. You understand? Like, it's easy to get it twisted. It's easy to get it wrong. But why do people do these weird little obsession things? It's because, yeah, there's something going wrong there, okay? It's, you know, I see it as a, you know, things like that as a bit of a red, you know, that can be a bit of a red flag when I see stuff like that. Not to mention that guy's totally obsessed with Mary. And, you know, he's got all those icons, you know, like, why are there drawings of, do you know what I mean, like, biblical figures? Do you know what I mean? Like, so-called Mary and the baby Jesus and Jesus, you know what I mean? It's like, why do you need those icons? It's like, this could be of anybody. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you know, people think I have long hair and a long beard. It's like, no, I don't. Do you know what I mean? Most of the time I'm bald. Most of the time I shave my head and I don't have any beard. I shave it all off. So what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, people want to say that's Jesus. It's like, no, I'm Jesus, I'm God. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? You know, these things, you know, stop trying to say something is God. You know, you can't just draw a drawing of somebody and say, that's God. Look at him. That's what he looks like. It's like, no. Oh, you know, that's the problem. You know, people shouldn't be doing that. You know, how would you feel if I drew something of you and said that was you when it looks totally different from you, and then got everyone to believe that was you? Wouldn't you be pissed off as well? You would be. Especially when you go around telling everybody who you are and they're like, no, you're not. Yeah, that would drive you totally crazy. So, yeah. Oh. Anyway, ooh, 5.5 hours. Yikes, that's a long time. Just trying to think like what I'm gonna call this video. Yeah, I know what I'm gonna call it. I know. I am the Lord your God. That's what I'll call it. I mean, you see, there's channels on YouTube now, and you know, I've seen Paul Joseph Watson advertise it as well. He's like, oh yeah, you can pay £50 to this company and they'll buy you like a foot of land in Scotland, and then you can have the title Lord added to your name. Yeah, how many people are called Lord nowadays? You know, got landlords. So isn't that interesting? Landlord. Do I look like land to you? Do you see land when you look at Well, technically I am. My body is composed of the dust of the earth, but my spirit is my spirit. So I'm Lord. And yeah, why are people so, you know, people want to accept, yeah, people are obsessed with my power. It's the same story again. Now, I used to play a lot of Street Fighter, the game. I used to play a lot of online, and I used to watch tournaments and stuff like that. And one of the favorite things for people in that community to say is, that's godlike, that's godlike, that's godlike, that's godlike. Well, you know, I'm God, and I actually like this, you know, I'm watching and I actually like it. I'm thinking, yeah, it's kind of godlike. But you hear what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the weirdness of my life. That's just how it goes. That's how it's been. But they have this really crazy obsession with God, with that phrase, godlike. And yeah, how bizarre, huh? How bizarre. I haven't played Street Fighter for ages. I wonder when I'll next get to have a game. Probably be ages, no doubt. I've been playing a bit of poker recently, actually. I've been playing it the last couple of days. Playing a bit of No Limit Hold'em poker. That's quite interesting. I just play for low stakes, just $1 games and stuff like that. But yeah, you know, that's all sex magic as well, in a sense. Well, it is. I mean, you know, I play on Poker Stars. Well, you know, that has sort of sexual connotation. You know what I mean? It's talking about butt, sex, poke. Yeah. You know, all in. You know, and then you got raise and re-raise. Who's re? Cool. You know, you got your whole cards. You get your 2 cards, your whole cards. And then you get your flop, and then your turn, and then your river. You know, you can make about, you know, small stack, big stack. Antes. Yeah, small blind, big blind. Tournaments, cash games. And all the different names they give them as well. You know, got all kinds of stuff, right? Anyways. I'm good. You know, I'm trying to live this life of, you know, I'm trying to have justice in this lifetime. You know, I did the Jesus thing before, okay? I did that 2,000 years ago. I suffered immensely, and I'm still suffering, okay? I don't expect people to copy me, what I'm doing today, right? I'm not expecting, people shouldn't be trying to copy, I gave people something to follow that happened 2,000 years ago, okay? I want justice, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, okay? People have to understand that I'm the exception to the rule, okay? I make the rules. I didn't make the rules for myself. I made the rules for those I created, okay? And I showed my love, and I did what I had to do to try to save people, okay? And where I'm at right now, I'm very disappointed with most people. So, people will judge me. People will say, oh, look at you, you smoke, you drink, you swear, you play, you gamble, you talk about sex and this and that and blah, 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 blah. That argument will not get anybody anywhere with me, okay? It won't. I mean, the fact is, you think how many people out there, who sleep, they call themselves Christians, or they say that they love God and they think they're going to heaven, but they sleep around, they use divination and witchcraft, and they worship false idols while pretending to be, they will go around saying that they are, loved by God. Total garbage, by the way. They're doing all these things that they wouldn't, and they want to, these people, how many people, they don't want me to have anything. They don't want me to be, they don't expect me to have sex, they don't expect me to drink, they don't expect me to, or whatever, right? I'm God. I can do what I want to do. I choose what I want to do. My justice is my justice. Okay? People want to try to take from me everything. They want to take everything from me. And they want to steal my position. I will not let that happen. That is not going to happen. That is impossible. Okay? That's how it is. And I have to show people who's boss. Okay? And people, I expected people to show love. I expected people to try their best. Okay? I expected people to, I expected people, I gave people the option, I'm tired of explaining. I really am. So, people were given options, right? I suppose. I mean, basically, I choose them, but yeah, it's an interesting thought, that, isn't it? I do choose people. It's interesting to think about free will, isn't it? Especially from my position. I mean, I don't even know what to do with that, because I am who I am. I'm God. I do what I want. But other people, not so much. Because whilst they kind of do what they want, my power is my power, and they're drawn to it. And so they can't help but mimic me. They have to mimic me in order to leech off my power, basically. So, there's, whilst people do have free will in a sense, they don't. Two things can't be true at the same time. It's complicated, I suppose. Bizarre, huh? Very bizarre. I mean, lots of things can be true at the same time, technically. But then again, I am the truth, and I'm singular. There's only one of me. So, yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm the truth, and it's complicated. It's that way because it's magic. Things seem confusing and hard to understand, but really, when you understand how word magic works and why I made things the way that they are, it's I mean, my power is my power, and I hold on to it, basically. Okay. Well, and obviously I bless people as well. People have been blessed, haven't they? And I've had to suffer a lot because people like to leech off my power, which has been put to an end. But obviously obviously there are certain ways that I hold on to certain power. And I bless people as well through other means. I mean, that's the thing, if you tell the truth, if you stand in the truth, then you're aligning with me. You understand? So that's why, the truth will set you free. People who live in lie, people who people who are believers and propagators of lies. They believe lies, they think lies. That's all they can. There's no truth in them, and if there's no truth in them, well, they've got nothing to do with me then. They will try to acquire power from me in different ways. Anyways, I think I've said enough for this video. Yikes. Or should I just make it 6 hours and just make it a nice round number? Maybe I just make... Well, what else can I mention? Yeah. I mean, remember what I said at the beginning of this video? I talked about Ra, and how Ra is, he was called the Egyptian sun god, and he's, well, basically, all these false gods, they're all trying to be my butt, okay? And I explained why that is. I read you those verses from Exodus, explaining, like I said, anyone who sees my face cannot live, basically. Make of that what you will, obviously. different meanings, because, yeah, it has different meanings. There's lots of magic. I'm not going to explain that now. I've already explained it many times. You know, what is death? Really? You know, which one? You know, what is it? What does it really mean? Think about it. Oh, blimmin' heck. What was I going to say about Ra? Wait, what was it again? Ra. Well, that's the thing, you know, my name is Grant. So Ra is technically in my first name, but I mean, really, these are demons want to try to pose as me. You know, if they can steal a name, if like I said, you know, people want to make art that steals my story, part of my story. It wants to try to copy me in some way and then mix it with other people and names and try and twist the story. But, you know, different names are associated with, do you know what I mean? Like, how many, you know, names are there? You know, like people say that I have 72 names. You know, people say there are 72 names of God. It's like, well, do you know what I mean? Like, anyone could invent a story about a God and then put their name on top of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, how hard is that? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would they do that? It's because of magic power. It's all about trying to draw power for themselves. Ultimately. What the heck was I going to say about Ra then? I mean, that's the other thing, you know what rap music is, yeah? You know what rape is, you know? The word Ra is in rape as well. Oh, and rape is in the word grape as well, oh yeah. Wine, you know, there's a lot of evil, twisted magic that evil demons want to do, you know? That's what they do. And people worship things they shouldn't worship. And then they wonder why, you know, there's problems with all kinds of things. You know, they want to complain about it after they've done the sorcery and witchcraft, you know. They want to create the problem. They create the problem, and then they cry about when they get the problem. And they don't actually understand how that happened. But like I said, you know, it is, you know, I've explained what it is. So, yeah. Anyways, I'll leave it at that because I can't, what was I going to say about, oh. No, I don't know. I've said enough for this video anyway, so I'll leave it there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll leave it there.